Oh, it's Susie. Snipey finds himself a double to M. Heals his face, picking the touch. The last shot. Just go get the pull, man. Just go get the pull. Oh, with the QT. Wait, never mind. Wait, look at the flag. Oh my god. Oh. Wow.
Double kill.
Wow.
Kill.
Made here, honestly. Morgan gets a kill. Lego hits the headshot at 3. Oh.
Double kill.
Handling might be able to contest. Oh, but he showed too early. It doesn't matter. Zia comes in to swoop in for the second hill. Oh. Wow. Redead. Gold, which is the god spots on this map, for that opportunity. And just like that, the OS, huge swing. It actually makes this push possible. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, obviously there should be, and also great positioning and actually be like a favorable position to then lead into, okay, now we take over and we take back. Like, we take back the map, or we push that whole, that window of opportunity that you just missed it. Great ping by Zuzi there. If the nades get better or worse, it just kind of leads to the gradient being gone of like creative options. But great shot by Morgan. Oh.
Triple.
Yeah, I mean, he really had the jump on him, he had the damage on him, and it just still took him that extra 2 bursts. So like he himself was missing quite a bit. Yeah. Great shots. Another overkill for the game.
kill.
Oh, it's Suzy. Suzy has a sniping, finds himself a double, but then heals his face, picking the touch. The last shot, just go get the pull, man. Just go get the pull. Oh, with the QT. Wait, where is it? Never mind. Wait, look at the flag. Look at the flag. Oh, the mirror. Oh my god. Wow.
Double kill.
Wow. Maybe here, honestly. Wording it to go. Lego, the headshot of through.
Double kill.
Hamel might be able to contest. Oh, but he showed too early. Doesn't matter. Zia comes in to swoop in for the second hill. Oh. Wow. Rita gold, just the god spots on this map for that opportunity. And just like that, the OS, huge swing. It actually makes this push possible. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, obviously there should be also great positioning and actually be in a favorable position to then lead into, okay, now we take over and we take back. Like, we take back the map, or we push that window of opportunity, and you just miss it. Great ping by Zuzi there. With the nade, better or worse, just kind of leads to the gradient being gone of like creative options. But great shot by Morgan. Yeah, I mean, he literally had the jump on him, he had the advantage on him, and it's just still took him that extra 2 bursts. So like he himself was missing quite a bit. Yeah. Great job. Another overkill for the game.
Double kill. Double kill. Team nearing victory. Double kill. Reversal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Road to Birmingham number 2. Eli, it was foretold that we wouldn't have a lot of Halo this year, but I don't know, man. If you were tuned in yesterday, we had the Lucid Evo tournament. You got a full weekend here on LVT with the Road to Birmingham. What are your thoughts so far as we've kind of gotten back into the season of grassroots?
Right now, my primary thought is, will anybody even take a game off of Shopify? Because they went flawless last weekend, and I'm just hoping for one of these other teams to kind of step up to the plate at the highest level, see if we can get ourselves a little bit of back and forth at the top.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams in the mix as we have Shooting Blanks versus Hold Forward in your opening round of the weekend. And I got to lean towards the likes of Decepticons. Fantastic squad. Trippy is being big game Trippy himself. He has not fallen off a step since where we left off with him. And then I think Legion, man. Legion might be like a dark horse / not dark horse favorite with the Uzi Zuzi twins, Common, and Little Gators. But we'll see them a little bit later in the day. For now, it's Hold Forward doing just that. 75% on the board to nothing for Shooting Blanks, who are Shooting Blanks. So I guess both of the team names are holding true.
Yeah, interestingly, I mean, Hold Forward is about to capture this hill already. They do. Perfect, flawless run. Shooting Blanks instead investing their resources in going for this camouflage. Let's see if it pays off for them. They do have the early rotation. They've got one pick so far, but Watsy needs to get back in the mix if he wants to make an impact on this play.
Watsy pushing in. Oh, but he gets bait and switched with the back smack from Light. Light now going out of one shot as Silent. Looks like he just picked up a double kill. Dead ahead of him at the A spawns are 2, but they're going to take an underneath route. Pulse, because of his teammates falling there moments ago, is going to wait, hold that line of scrimmage. Everyone spawned back up, and that gives him the green light to go.
Yeah, shout out to these guys on Shooting Blanks, by the way. Deadly and P7K, both free-for-all guys. They competed in a majority of the FFA tournaments last year. A lot of individual skill now, testing their mettle in the 4v4 variety. So far, so good on this hill. They've got about 75% completed as P7K takes to the high ground. And let's see if he can stay alive as his team tries to get back into the fight.
P7K goes down to Nebula, but Nebula goes down shortly after that. Pulse trying to hold the line here with the hill located dead ahead of him. A great response here from Shooting Blanks as they're looking to bounce back, tie things up at 1. Pulse goes down, and that should open up the hill for Shooting Blanks. And with 3 going down previously, Eli, this might be one of those hills that you want to give up and rotate for next. What are they going to do?
Yeah, it looks like that is the call from Hold Forward with Gunna getting that kill back tower. I think that's going to all but secure it. It has been tied 1-1. Watsy finds the assassination and looks to contest this camo, but a great grab from Light. It's going to at least burn this out, so life will be a little bit more difficult for Shooting Blanks into the next hill.
Light with the camo gets first shot, but he gets turned on by Watsy. Or was that P7K? Either way. Phenomenal shots there from Shooting Blanks, who have tied things up at 1, and I think it looked like Hold Forward were a little in between playing for next or trying to desperate the hill. Because of that, they've opened up the opportunity for Shooting Blanks to rotate next, despite scoring previously, so we're seeing a hell of a bounce back from them.
Yeah, this is a trickier hill, in my opinion. The most awkward of all the hills on live fire. You don't really feel great sitting in the back of it, but you feel great hitting the headshot as we see Light with the quick scope. Still has a decent amount of ammo. He's going to turn to go for the remote detonation. Can't line up the next double kill, and triple coming in from Deadlie. It's going to be 10 and 7 his stat line. He might have just single-handedly taken this hill back over.
And that might just be the wipe. It is. All 4 go down for Hold Forward and Shooting Blanks. They're not Shooting Blanks anymore. They're firing with efficiency. Perfect positioning, perfect execution of the little things like rotating next or giving up a hill you can't win. And that has just led to an absolute trouncing on hill number 3. We might see 100% to nothing as the hill might just rotate again. But no, 3 go down for Shooting Blanks. So Hold Forward don't have much wiggle room as Shooting Blanks are just 5 seconds away from scoring. Just 5 seconds on the board for Hold Forward, but they're in the hill for now.
P7 with a beautifully placed grenade there to take out that player that was cutting off the camo side lane. Now with this open lane available, they look to advance forwards, and they do. They should be able to secure this hill. There's only 1 player left in the vicinity. It's Percussion, and after some nice jukes, P7 takes him down. 1 more player from Hold Forward has come off spawn, though, and broke through. This hill is not over yet.
Oh, Pulse comes in from the garage. The backdoor bandit might just steal this hill as they look to maybe be in the advantage state despite not having the lead on this hill. They can just hold on to it for another 5 seconds. Here comes the push from the garage door. Pulse push through. It's a 3 push through the garage door. They're breaking through A. Still members of Hold Forward inside the hill. It's deadlocked at 99.9%. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Shooting Blanks. They steal it in the end.
What a play out of Shooting Blanks, absolutely taking advantage of those B-side spawns. And I gotta say, I think that was a mistake from Hold Forward. After they won the previous engagement, you gotta send a player out big door, block those spawns, and guarantee yourself the hill, because that's the most dangerous spawn to allow. They're gonna pay for it in the biggest way.
Yeah, you got to almost like use the test to take the test, in the sense that Pulse had just had an incredible flank through the garage door, and then he left the back door open that was wide open for him. So a little bit of a topsy-turvy scenario there where Shooting Blanks had a stark advantage on hill number 3, but it got close. Both teams at 99%, and now we're on to hill 4. 3 going down for Shooting Blanks. In the meantime, that's going to give Hold Forward a good chance to put a good bit of time on the hill. Nice turn there by Watsy to take down another.
Yeah, clean shots there. The rest of his teammates spawning on the dummy side. Let's see how they choose to approach this. It looks like they're going to send all 3 towards the tower. I kind of like this. Just strong arm one side. See if you can push all the way through. Force the hill player out. Eventually, they're going to be at low ground to be in this hill. So they've got the upper hand both physically and metaphorically in this next engagement. But Watsy has some beautiful shots to hold down the fort. He's going to grab the sniper as well. They've successfully broken the setup.
Oh, phenomenal discipline there from Watsy. He had an opponent for Hold Forward inside the hill just below him, but I don't know, something about his instinct told him maybe there's a flanker coming through on the C ramp, and there was. And that was a big play there by them as Watsy going back to work now at S1. Rotating, looking to get up towards the top high side. Trying to find where the opponents are going to push from, but they're not going to be pushing from anywhere. They're all dead. Everybody, just outside of one player, goes back to the respawn screen. Another highly contested hill, though. Both teams are just about tied.
Yeah, Watsy's had this full sniper for quite some time. I'd almost prefer him to start burning some of the ammo just in case, but it's not going to need to. P7K finds a double, make it a triple. No, Pulse is going to dance long enough to preserve the metal, but still dies anyways. Light will break through on the nest side. And this is looking good for Hold Forward to tie things up.
And they know that push is coming through from the garage door. You can tell with his body language, the reticle set up towards that side of the map. And there we go. Deadlight pushes through. Silent pushes through. He goes down. Nebula looking to defend the throne, but he'll go down as well. Deadlight, the last player alive for Shooting Blanks. And it looks like Hold Forward should be able to secure a 2-2 tie with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Okay, things are getting intense here. Tied up in the early goings. Pulse, by the way, eclipses the 20 kill mark. He's been quietly amassing several slays, keeping his team alive. It is a massive slay advantage on the side of Shooting Blanks.
Double kill.
See if they can convert that into a 3rd hill. Pulse going to utilize the repulsor to get to top mid. Teammate already top tower, the most important position for this hill. And they've also got the opening break slay in the play, so this is looking good for Hold Forward to hold the map.
Pulse now utilizing the subway system, if you will, to route himself back towards the A side of the map. Gonna wrap back around to the sandbags and have the back of at least one opponent. Now head-to-head with Silent, and he takes his head. Double kill, clears the hill, clears the team of 4. All 4 go down for Shooting Blanks, and Hold Forward look prime to take a 3-2 lead.
And Pulse is just everywhere on the map. Look at the confidence this man has just in the way that he's moving around live fire, always catching his opponents off guard, as he now has 24 slays, just keeping his team alive. And look at this. They've almost got this entire hill completed. Gunna has broken through, but he's weak and looking the other direction. This will be the lead going to Hold Forward.
Back-to-back team wipes. Net Hold Forward, the 5th cap, or I should say the 5th hill, to take a 3-2 lead as Pulse trying to get his way towards the high ground, and they've already rotated over to green. And look at the distraction. Pulse is pulling all the attention to him at the snipe tower. They got to start making their way to green. This is match point. Shooting Blanks got to have it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the clock is going to become the 5th teammate for the side of Hold Forward if they opt for it. Doesn't look like it, though. They said, let's just go ahead and go for 4. Watsy trying to break his way through top center. Likely going to rotate through the pillars here to see if he can get some eyes on the hill. And right now, looks like last player alive is Nebula. Now, the fact that Nebula is dying late in this play is bad, but he does trade out before falling, so that means his teammates can move a little bit faster off spawn.
A little bit staggered. Deadly would do some good here to keep that sniper in his possession, but he'll trade out on the cuts. As Light, good shots out towards the sandbags. He's got some teammate support there as Nebula has his 6. Backs him up. Shooting blanks. Back in the hill. Light pushing forward towards it. Double kill lined up. But that second player gets taken down by a teammate. Deadly and his teammate Silent both going to push through A, and Pulse has the snipe. That's going to provide some defensive measures to prevent them from even stepping towards the hill. Attempts the no-scope, doesn't land it, but does take down the player on the pillars. Pulls the snipe out once again, reloads, re-racks, takes down Watsy with the bandit again, and he'll go down. About 90% on the board for hold forward, 50% for shooting blanks, so they're down, but they're not out.
Yeah, I like the way Watsy played that, though. He's maintaining the hill, pausing the clock, getting hill time, and outputting damage before the rest of his team showed up. So massive value out of his life there. But look how strong the push is coming in from hold forward on these seaside spawns. Great flank, though, from Watsy bottom mid. Must have spawned probably by camo and just immediately takes the best route possible. Love to see that. But just like that, though, it's not going to be enough as hold forward will secure it. Pulse with a pop-off game.
Man, Pulse was like, you see 29 and 17, and you're thinking he's probably not doing too much OBJ. He had 3 caps and scored the final hill, giving up his life there at the end. I don't think it counted towards a death since it was about bang-bang with scoring and finishing the game and him going down. But my God, how many times did we switch to his POV, and he was in absolute flow state.
Yeah, filthy gameplay, and that is a filthy-looking Spartan. Somebody power wash this man.
Yeah.
My God, the flood is looking disgusting. But as our hold forward, if I'm not mistaken, we watched the same squad take a dub early last weekend as well. I don't think Percussion was on the team at the time, though, so great addition to the roster as well.
Big Perk. Had a chance to watch him yesterday in the Lucid LVT Evo tournament. A lot of fun with that. 3 straight days of competitive Halo. There's no lack of competitive Halo if you're looking for it in 2026. LVT's got you covered all year.
And also, we have someone in chat correcting our pronunciation. Is it Deadly or Deadly? Because the way that he spelled it out makes it just look like it's Deadly, but why would he spell it like Deadly? I don't know, man. Somebody help me out, dude.
We needed an in-game interview right now. Like, have you ever seen that? And like the NHL does that a lot. Well, they'll just like start talking to a player when he's on the bench and the game's going on. We might need that to get the final word from Deadly. But I assume Rosaria is a homie, so we'll take that as truth. You can always trust Twitch chat, Eli, as we get set to go into game 2. Solitude Slayer.
Well, it's not that I don't trust him. It's that the way that he typed it, it could still be pronounced either way, right? Like reading that doesn't help. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Well, hey, that's what it's all about, man. Making a name for yourself. LVT Halo, we feature a lot of up-and-coming amateur competitors in the early rounds, trying to put a spotlight on the grassroots scene as Deadly gets to work inside of the cafe, high ground advantage, looking out across the map, but he's got a player pushing from the left, it looks like, from the yard. Still staying alive, but not for long. Perk with that shock rifle, already putting it to work.
I want to say Percussion is from EU, if I'm not mistaken. And this guy likely playing on high ping shock rifle, not easy to utilize, so it makes that shot even more impressive. And now Pulse picking up where he left off. He's got 5 already, including a triple kill, and hasn't died yet, putting his camo to the absolute maximum value.
Oh, unfortunate. I didn't know if it didn't look like that grenade was going to bounce back at him, but he's no worse for the wear. Taking damage from himself, damage from his teammates, and he still takes down his opponent. Makes it 2. As he takes down Silent as well. Just 2 down for hold forward, 3 in the moment for shooting blanks, which gives them a net advantage of 5. They've doubled up on the lead.
Could tell just from Pulse's POV that he is listening so well to teammates. He's always finding the one-shot opponents and correctly predicting their route to cut them off. That's exactly why he's been so valuable in the KD department. Now a 5-kill lead here for hold forward. They've also got as much of the map as they want. They have opened the snipe side spawns, but with so much presence from shooting blanks on this yard side, I was thinking they might spawn there, but no, Deadly did spawn out on those open snipe spawns, and he's going to take a quick route through bottom center, get back into the mix, and makes this game a little bit closer.
Deadly just looking to stay alive, bottom mid, as Watsy off screen earns the frag. 2 down now for for Hold Forward. Nobody down for Shooting Blanks. Make it
Double
3
kill.
total. As Silent works his way back towards the loop. Should be an easy cleanup here onto Light. Instead, his teammate P7 takes it up. Instead, everybody for the red team spawning inside of the cafe. As Silent seemingly aware of that. The fourth also spawns inside a cafe, so they got to find a way to work out of that.
Okay, kind of a standoff situation here in this choke point from the yard door, but it's Gunna with a nice killing spree. I believe this is also SS Gunna, who has been grinding in the open pretty much since the beginning of Halo Infinite. Love to see that he's still competing here. Now Deadly has the new camo, so this is a great opportunity. Shooting Blanks have taken the lead, and they've got better map positioning to continue that lead.
Wow. From down 5, previously getting doubled up on, now they've regained control of the lead. 17-16 here as Deadly. Still about 15 seconds left in the camo. He can play patiently here, but he's going to actually sprint out towards his opponent at the hotel. Easy shots in the back. Light never knew he was there. Great use of the camo there from Deadly, as we're now tied 19-all.
About to combine the camo with the shock, but no, Percussion is here to stop the push with the perfect shots onto Deadly, but Gunna's going to be here as well, so he'll take the shock instead. Now he's going to take to the high ground. This is probably the best part of the map to snipe from, but it's not easy. If the opponents know where you are, they're going to be descoping you constantly. Let's see how Gunna navigates the situation.
Oh, great peek and pop shot there from Silent. Nets the Slay onto Perk. Make it a double kill as he takes down Light. Top mid, perfect. Free fire setup on the ledge, but he's not going to wait for it. He's going to continue to push on towards everybody for the red team. 3 out towards the yard, 1 in the cafe. They can isolate that opponent if they want, but we're still close. However, though, Hold Forward have regained control of the lead. They're back up by 4.
Yeah, Gunna kind of put himself in a difficult position there. Hold Forward able to hunt him down, and the rest of Shooting Blank's going to fall as a result. So just like that, what was previously tied, now back to a 6-kill lead for Hold Forward. And with this kind of momentum, this map can get out of control. I like to see this from Shooting Blanks. Coming off spawn, they're able to completely neutralize the situation and able to stop that snowball from rolling down the hill.
Yeah, speaking of snowball, what a game of runs so far. It feels like once a team gets the engine roaring and going, they don't stop. They find a way to turn 1 into 2, 3, or even 4. As Watsy gonna get his team back in the mix, only down by 2 now. Weak opponent ahead of him. Only needs 2 shots in a melee, and he recognized that very well as he takes down Nebula. Now looking to take down Light, but he's got great support from Deadly. The team shots and teamwork is on point for Shooting Blanks, and they've utilized that to get back in the lead right as the match officially starts with a 1-kill advantage.
Yeah, interestingly, both teams, I feel like, have kind of failed at pushing their advantage as hard as they could. It feels like they've kind of left some kills on the table, and the team coming off spawn has had a lot of success. But here we go, Percussion taking advantage of the attention not being on him. Might just turn 3.
Oh.
Beautiful with the difficult shots to land. Let's see how Deadly handles this. He's going to find himself a triple kill. And now it is Shooting Blanks occupying the A side of the map. Hold Forward spawning by that snipe side. Pulse already spreading out towards the blue side, but it looks like he thinks better of it and actually wraps back to bottom snipe. That's not where you want to be if you're a Hold Forward fan.
Yeah, you just given yourself a 3-kill lead with that triple kill, but in the blink of an eye, the lead is dwindled down to 1. Pulse cross map shots against Watsy. He's going to send Watsy back down. Pulse now picks up the shock rifle, and there's still plenty of shots left to work with.
Yeah, this is the one that just spawned 30 seconds ago. Let's see if Pulse can land some huge shots. I mean, sometimes a single headshot can be the difference between winning or losing the game. This is the guy that had most kills in the lobby by far last game. Same story this game, 16-9, but their team still needs to clutch this one out to get a 2-0 lead.
Still early in the series, but this is an absolutely massive sequence coming up here. The difference between a 0-2 deficit and a 1-1 net tie is massive, as Shooting Blanks looking to hold on to this 2-kill lead. Take game number 2 in the process, though. Pulse still has that power weapon in his hands. 2 shots to work with. 1 goes into the body. Silent, clean up. Potential with the headshot. He gets it. 47-45, though. Shooting Blanks are still on top, despite what looked like a nice push through the yard from Hold Forward.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that they took the game into their own hands, but they didn't have the numbers to overcome Shooting Blanks, and they're just going to hold strong and they're going to tie up this series 1-1.
Wow, phenomenal grouping there from Shooting Blanks. Everybody within 2 kills of each other. Actually, 3 out of 4 tied with 13 apiece. So everybody playing collective, everybody looking at the same thing, shooting the same thing, as that'll deadlock this series at 1 as we head into one of my favorite map and game mode combinations, Pit CTF, up next.
Yeah, we're going back to the dual snipe action. We missed it all of last year in favor of the new map Fortress, which I'll be honest, I was part of the group of people that enjoyed Fortress, but there's nothing better than some old school Halo 3 style action. And the players agree. They said, let's just load it right up. No breaks at all. We are getting right back into the pit.
Yeah, traditionally game 2 afterwards, you might see a little momentary break in the action, but it's round number 1. Everybody's waited all day to get this tournament rocking and rolling as we're going to swing right into game 3. We got ourselves a hell of a series to start off the day on LVT, tied 1-all. And both games have been really close. Both games have had a lot of intrigue, multiple multi-kills. What more could you ask for?
Not much. This is going to be an exciting day, exciting weekend of Halo. If you guys are unaware, European Halo is the other channel that is broadcasting this. Make sure you show them some love. Tab up both streams to catch all the action. I want to real quick, I know we're about to jump into this game, but I just want to mention for anybody that's unaware, Bound has been spotted, signed up in the bracket. That team is the 2024 SSG roster featuring Sirion. So Eco Stellar, Bound, and Sirion. It's going to be a fun team to see.
Wow, what an exciting storyline there with Sirion getting a chance to team with world champs. My God, Sirion's still very, very early in his career. That's a hell of an opportunity for the young gun. As we are set and live with game number 3, just 20 seconds off the clock. As Shooting Blanks seem to have a little bit of that early map advantage. They got the rockets in their back pocket in the form of Deadly, and he's going to utilize that to push through. What's he going to push through? Triple kill. 4 players still down. He might just get this through the long haul for free.
I mean, this is as good as it could possibly get off the opening. They've got rockets spawn killing the members of Hold Forward. That splash damage gonna weaken that player, and they might go for a second one. I think Watsy might have fumbled the flag a little bit. Feels like it should have been in by now, so that might be the saving grace for Hold Forward. But look at this. P7K, the artist formerly known as Deedle, is he's already got some eyes on the spawning players of Hold Forward.
Ooh, nice recognition of the 2-shot bodyable opponent there as P7 stuffs that S7, 50 cal into the chest, takes down 1. Nebula goes down in the Mangler. P7K still occupying space on the green hall as 3 have gone down once again. For the last 60 seconds, Eli, it's been a staggering of deaths on that side of the map. Looks like Shooting Blanks not going to be that immediate double cap, but it looks like they're going to set one up. No. Nonetheless, absolutely so.
I mean, we got a goose egg and it was 2 breadsticks, but Pulse finally gets on the board with he actually gets a double kill and stops this flag. So finally some stabilization, much needed for the red squad here. Let's see if they can then rally this into a flagpole of their own.
Pulse, field advantage. Able to take down Watsy. Sticky goes across, but he actually cleans that up. It did not land. I thought it had a chance. Silent stays alive. Oh, P7's got to drop this flag at some point. He does elect to take it through the long haul. He goes down to the nade, but he does get that far enough to where they might be able to clean this up.
God.
Look at that. They're losing numbers, but they're gonna score. They didn't have the lives, but they had the just pure willpower to make it 2-0. Wow, look at that. 3 players down. All 4, they get wiped, so it's going to open up a counter cap for Hold Forward, but I am very impressed with their ability to score despite not having the slaying advantage.
Yeah, I love that play, honestly. Just force the flag all the way in. By the way, Gunna was the one that had started that flag run and died to the grenade. He spawns with the grenade in front of him to finish the cap as well. So great run altogether. It looked like a potential counter opportunity, but with this overshield and most likely the rockets, I mean, this could end up just being a very fast game of CTF.
Man, great recognition of the process there from Deadly. Didn't try to overextend himself towards resetting the flag, played his process, went for the OS first, and then wrapped all the way across the other side of the map to help stop that run in its tracks as Pulse is trying to find a way out of his base.
Oh, look at this tricky Walshy spot here from P7. So sneaky. Had the had the understanding that they were looking for him, picked a perfect hiding spot, steals the sniper off his first targets back, and he is going crazy mode on them right now.
Absolutely insane. 2 no-scopes back-to-back, have them on the run once again. Looking to close out game 3, and if he can turn the snipes off the spawners, he might just secure the 3-0.
You got to watch out for these free-for-all kids, man. They have so much individual talent. P7K putting it on display. What a game for the young man.
I mean, talk about just putting your head down. That was a pretty similar mirror scoring from Hill 2, or excuse me, Cap 2 to Cap 3. It looked about the exact same, where Hold Forward was in position to stop those runs, but again, head down. Maybe a little bit of strong side in action there, as they weren't able to clean up with the headshot. And those were 2 scores out of the 3 that looked very difficult to do so, but it goes in nonetheless. That's all that matters at the end.
13-2 from P7K, also known as Deedle. Like I said, this guy has been grinding, and his individual performance shows. I mean, his aim was on point that game. The no-scope headshot to seal the deal at the end there. Beautiful stuff there. And Hold Forward might have won game 1, but that was a long time ago at this point. Now they're on the brink of falling to that lower bracket.
That's why that was so massive for Shooting Blanks to take game 2. It wasn't a while back that going into the end of game number 2, it looked like we could see a 2-0 lead for Hold Forward, and completely flipped. That was a complete reversal of fortune, and what we see now in the net outcome. 2-1 series lead you thought might have been in the hands of Hold Forward, but it's in the hands of Shooting Blanks instead after an objectively efficient game 3.
I mean, they also just had all the weapons, right? I mean, as we see in these replays, they had rockets, they had OS. They did have the sniper for a moment, but when P7K takes over and steals it off their dead body, I mean, the one tool it felt like they could have maybe used to get back into it just gets stolen right away. And if you control all the power weapons on Pit, you're probably going to win the game pretty quick.
It did feel like every time we switched to their POV, they had OS, snipe, rockets, whatever it might be. As we will descend into game number 4, recharge strongholds as Shooting Blanks carry a 2-1 series lead. Match point for them. Can Hold Forward tie it up and send us to a game 5. We'd love to see that first round of the day, game 5. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I would say this game type favors the team with momentum, and it's Shooting Blanks that have all the momentum if they continue that confident gameplay that we've seen in the first 2 games, or the last 2 games. I think they might just take this 3-1, but off the break, it is Pulse that has the camo, and he has been the standout player for Hold Forward. This is about as good as you can start for the red team.
Hold Forward prioritizing the camo off the start. They sent more numbers there than their opponents did, and it turns out in their favor. And now 3 stuck in the long haul. That grenade's not going to get any damage, but it is going to push them back a little bit as Hold Forward utilize the camo to take the early lead.
This is a very tough position for Shooting Blanks. Watsy tries to force the issue. He did get 1 kill, and then Chow's out. Ultimately gets taken down. It's now a 2-1 advantage trade here for Hold Forward. But Shooting Blanks were able to break all the way into the pipe, so if they can survive this, that would be massive. But no, Hold Forward holds strong, and they continue to score.
Wow, Perk with 1 HP was still able to stay alive. Get a couple of slays. Pulse now. Otame takes down another one. Opponent pushing from the white tower. Teammates spawning up at C, and they're gonna be staggered there, and they're gonna be stuck at C with AB in control of Hold Forward and the slaying prowess as well. They got a little bit of a spawn trap cooking at this point.
Yeah, I don't know how much they've been tested for their breaks. I mean, think back to game number 1 in King of the Hill. They kind of failed on a lot of the breaks, and that's why they ultimately lost this game. Now they're in a position where they have to break one of the strongest setups in the game. They continue to fail this push over and over. Watsy, though, finally wins the trade at the end of it. Can he stay alive? No. Percussion gets the kill just before Shooting Blanks spawn, so that's going to put them right back at square one.
Now, Shooting Blanks have had their chances to turn A or B into their favor and start the scoring with control of AC or BC, but that has not come to fruition just yet, and they're down 1 in the overall life count as Hold Forward look like they're going to put 100 straight points on the board. Now, the game's not over just yet, but they have built themselves a stark advantage in the opening minutes.
This is not looking good from the eye test. It feels like Shooting Blanks the last 3 or 4 pushes consecutively have not worked. Now, I like the fact that they're trying new things. The problem is the new thing they just tried was sending 2 people bottom middle. And once you get spotted, it's just too hard to fight from there. And because of that, it is still hold forward scoring. Shooting Blanks are continuing to die off spawn as well, which means hold forward might be able to get this camo. No, Gunna will be able to push through and grab it. He has to make a play to get his team back on the board.
Is the camo the catalyst that will get Shooting Blanks back in the match? Not so, as you were able to utilize it to take down one. Thought you had something cooking there, but camo goes down shortly after. The lead continues to grow, 150 and rolling to nothing.
Okay, this player is weak though, and does that remember? Yes, okay, he will get this kill. Watsy has broken through. I think this is the opening they were looking for. They've got to work together to finish the rest of these kills. They are spawning in A now, which means they should be able to secure A and should have a good vantage point to fight for B as well.
99.9, there we go. Shooting Blanks aren't shooting blanks anymore. They finally get their first point on the board. But C quickly rotating towards red. Watsy, though, make sure that does not occur. And Perk wins his one inside of C, and hold forward are going to get right back into scoring position. They might even turn it into a trip cap.
I'm just going to be blunt. I have not been happy with the way Shooting Blanks have played this strategically. They left A, opened those spawn points up behind them. Yeah, they get 1 kill, but after Percussion kills that player, now A is free for the taking. Hold forward are able to get right back into their comfortable setup. Now they've actually opted to just adapt and hold AC, and with Shooting Blanks spawning in the pipes, it's so difficult. They have to choose which way to try to break into. It looks like A has been selected, but I don't know if they have enough bodies to make the overtake.
Insta-explode attempt there from Perk, but the opponent does not push into that trap. Watsy on the other side of the map has control of A, no pressure. In the meantime, on him, he should be able to score it, and he does. Can they hold it for more than 3 seconds, though? That was all they got in the first hold. Second hold attempt now, and they're already doing much better than they did previously.
I mean, they had solid positions at the end of that. The one position they were missing was the Whirlpool position. You kind of need that anchor point between your 2 zones that you hold, and for that reason, they fall. Looks like hold forward will take back control of the map. Watsy first spawner in A, but because of how fast Pulse is pushing him, he will not receive any teammates to spawn with him. So love this play from Pulse. He just single-handedly converted the spawns into one that favors his team, and they could potentially ride this to the victory line.
Yeah, great job occupying space there on the Whirlpool to prevent the squad spawns inside of A. Despite that, though, hold forward still able to hold on to A, now B as well, as they have soared into the 200s. 10x on the competition. This is about all but over unless Shooting Blanks can completely reverse course here.
Look at this, Percussion just holding Watsy in place. He knows that they're going to respond to the fact that he's controlling C. Perfectly placed grenade as well. They're putting Shooting Blanks in a triple dilemma here. They've got to convert multiple zones just to keep themselves alive in this game, and hold forward are doing a great job adapting to each situation one by one. And somehow Percussion still has camo left, and look at this, he's at the perfect time to output damage on this push into A.
He's going to pull attention towards himself. Oh, but they actually do work back towards A, so this is going to, what I thought could have been a flank opportunity for his teammates, now turns into 1 for Perk as he turns it into 2. Can he get 3? P7 goes down to 1 HP, survives the plasma at his feet, but does not survive the absolute onslaught of scoring from hold forward as they absolutely dominate Shooting Blanks to give us that game 5 in the opening round.
Gotta say, that was a massive strategy diff on the side of hold forward. They knew how to hold their setups. They knew how to break the setups. Shooting Blanks really struggled in both departments. They struggled to break the setup, and they struggled to hold the setup once they finally did. And yeah, Percussion with an insane 15-3 performance. I mean, talk about perfection.
Man, just about three deaths off the count here, and Jeff Steitzer audibly say it out loud, but we'll lament that ourselves as casters. That was a perfect game from Perk, and they head back to live fire. Their common ground for a game 1 win, where they look to be a little bit stronger in that King of the Hill, and if they could just keep that slaying edge, this falls back into favor for holding forward. So while game 4 gather up into the vent, as Perk should be able to grab that, but no, P7 instead slides through, but he goes down, and Perk may not have the snipe in his hands, but at least it's in the possession of his teammate. 2-0 lead here off the start for hold forward.
All right, Pulse top tower. He's going to now hit a quick route towards the camouflage. Nebula, teammate top tower with the sniper, has to unfortunately watch his teammate dive. Does land a nice body shot, but not sure if any of these will lead to kills. I believe Watsy has the camo as well, so Nebula facing a lot of pressure here top tower.
Yeah, facing a lot of pressure, but doing really well in the meantime. He took 3 opponents down to 1 HP, but nobody was able to clean up on that damage. Because of that, they've cracked the door open for Shooting Blanks to earn their first slays of the match, as this one's still close. 2 kill advantage for Hold Forward, and Nebula not able to do much with the snipe, despite earning enough damage to do so.
I mean, I like his thought process. He left the tower because he saw his whole team was A. He said, let me just open up these spawns at C after he let them. So they can't get too comfortable here. They want to make sure they maintain their pressure on these spawning players, but don't get ahead of themselves and start dying for free. And it looks like they're going to do exactly that. They said, we've got the lead. They've got to come to us. But I fear they might have too many players in one spot. I'd like to see them have a little bit more of a spread so they can get more eyes on these other lanes.
6 kill lead now for Hold Forward. Make it 7. Deadly falls. Light down to 1 HP. Gonna crouch here. Wait for those shields to tick back up and then get back on his horse, as Perk is able to take camo for free just about. Really nobody contesting that, as he's still got 40 seconds left. They've got eyes on him, but not clear eyes, as they know the general direction of where he is, but he does a great job to recloak, get the first shot advantage because of the camo onto Silent. Now he's going to rotate, try to stopgap this push from Silent. Silent's actually just going to relax and re-shield. Nice play by him as Perk pushes back towards the dummy door, grabs the snipe, but watch out, the push is coming. And now Shooting Blanks have the snipe in their hand, down by 9. They've got to earn some headshots.
P7K has been on fire. We saw him hit some disgusting no-scopes on the pit CTF. Can he do it again? It's going to be a quick reaction, quick scope headshot on a sliding opponent. I mean, talk about reaction time. All that FFA practice has got this guy prepared. And now, sitting in a very confident position, Sandbags, I mean, you are open to a lot of fire. As a result, he will go down. Might have been able to play that a little bit safer after his location was known, but ultimately good job for Hold Forward to shut him down.
Great play there to take him down. They did dwindle the lead down to 7, but the sniper was not as effective, especially after that nasty sliding quickscope. Thought maybe we were about to see a little bit more, see that gap widen a little bit between the two teams, but it's still a 7-kill advantage for Hold Forward, and now they can play at their pace. They can let the gate. As Nebula is able to take down the sniper holder, he'll work his way back towards the bottom middle of the map, trying to pick up the last couple of shots left in it, but he'll fall at the pillars. Watsy now really needs to get going. His team isn't out of it, but he isn't on the board just yet. If he could just get Watsy going here, you might have a chance to come back.
Watsy has the back of a sniper player, wants to make sure he's careful with it, does find the kill, and at the same time, multiple opponents also fall, so potential comeback opportunity here. Watsy a little bit shaky on the shots, but does confirm his 2nd kill now. Him getting back in the mix has made a big impact on this game.
Watsy, we called for him to get back in the fight, and he's done just that. 2 slays. Without a death, I want to say. And it's his come up has been the come up in total for Shooting Blanks. Now that he's on the board, they're right back in the fight. 2 kills separating these two teams, heading into the 30s, and Watsy's come online. The snipe pixel perfect. They're down by 1.
What a comeback from this guy here. He was looking rough, and just like that, after he comes online, they have tied it, previously down by 10 or 11 kills. This new sniper coming up is going to be massive. Deadly in the perfect position to grab it, opts to stay top mid for now, then finally does drop. Where does he opt to take this? Wants to make sure he's still in the fight, but doesn't want to be in too dangerous of a position. Great no-scope beat down. Tries to hit the 180, but teammates should be able to clean this up. It will trade out as well, and Holding Forward have reclaimed the lead.
It's kind of feeling like deja vu a little bit, though, Eli. Yeah, sure, the 2-kill lead for Hold Forward, but this does feel like the collapse that we saw in the previous layer in this series in Game 2, where they had a 5+ kill advantage, and it was all but erased in the end game. Will we see more of the same here, as it's still close, heading into the 40s? Just 3 kills separate these two teams.
Okay, Shooting blanks, not with great positioning. I don't like to see them all trapped on this garage side, and every traded kill does favor the team in the lead. P7K with a clutch double kill, preserves his own life and secures the sniper in the process. That's about as good as that scenario could have played out.
He knows the push is coming from green, but he's not going to wait for it. He's going to call for help on his right shoulder and try to get the first shot advantage here. 4 shots left to work with in the snipe, down by 2. Could be what brings him back.
Both teams playing so cautious. They don't want to be the team to make a mistake. I don't know if P7 knows that there's a player flanking him in the garage. Looks like they started to move in, but thought better of it and backed up. Perhaps his teammate Deadly pushed them back. Light, though, finds a kill in the kill feed, making it a 4-kill advantage now. Make it 5.
Oh, this is where they did not ice up in the end game, but Hold Forward seems to have learned from their wrongdoings previously, as they've now sprinted out to a 6-kill advantage. It was just a 1 or 2 slay game. Erk has the camo. That's going to be more advantage state to play off of.
Yeah, does not opt to grab this spike grenades. Maybe feared that another opponent would drop down through the top cuts. And honestly, it looks like they're just kind of waiting for Shooting Blanks to make mistakes, and Shooting Blanks are obliging. They're just going to push on through. Look, this is a very ill-advised push. Why would we send 3 out the camo side when we're missing a player with no vision or player top center? I don't like this push, and I think that's going to lose them the game.
Eli, I felt like I just transported to a Metafy coaching session with you. Like, I feel like your commentary right there would have been exactly if you were in a Discord call with this squad. I mean, that brings me back to when you first started casting. We first started casting together. I told you, Eli, just make it sound like a live Metafy session, and you've become one of the best color commentators doing that. 49-43 here, as Hold Forward needs just one more, but Shooting Blanks finding a couple in a row. Light, the last player alive. And I love his decision here not to try to be a hero. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can just kind of wait for Shooting Blanks to make a mistake, right? They've got to get 6 without losing a single player. And they're just going to play Counter-Strike, I guess. They're just going to hold different angles. That's what it looks like to me. The sticky grenades have been grabbed. I guess that is one win condition for Shooting Blanks to deny. Light has got some intel. Shooting Blanks did not see him either, so a bit of an information advantage as well.
This really has turned into Counter-Strike. A little bit of SND taking place here, but it's a big gap to try and dwindle down as Shooting Blanks. Man. Yeah, that will do it. Patience pays off for Hold Forward as they take Game 5 and the series.
I think that this, and I know, thank you, by the way, for, the compliment about Metafy session, but I do really feel like this series is a great learning moment for anyone. That it exemplifies the fact you have to have a game plan for pushing and breaking a setup, because that's really what was the demise of Shooting Blanks throughout the series. Throughout every game, when they lost, it's because they did not have a foundational game plan for their pushes, and they just crumbled because they're just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping that it sticks. And, sometimes it's not going to work. So
yeah, what a frag.
Got to figure it out.
Yeah. Well, like you said, that's a good one to crank up into the VOD review. Maybe even have the LVT rebroadcast up, because anytime you say something, Eli, it's color commentary, but it essentially comes out as live coaching for any of these competitors who want to get better. But what better way to start the day than a best-of-5 Game 5 Hold Forward to move on to winners round 2.
Yeah, shout out to these guys. They did keep strong to their namesake until they played Counter-Strike at the very end. They did Hold Forward for the vast majority of that series. Percussion, by the way, shout out to him. 5,400 damage, most in the lobby by far. Like I said, I want to say this is a full EU squad, so shout out to them. They're going to move on to winners round 2.
All right, Hold Forward earning a spot in winners round 2. We'll earn ourselves about 5 minutes to relax, get a water, get a snack, and when we return, more Halo on LVT.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Hearing victory. Double kill. Triple kill. Triple kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's coverage of the road to Birmingham. We're going across the pond for the first LAN of the year. We're going to stick off that thread of the previous round number 1. We saw hold forward take it, and we're gonna take them into this next round. Where they'll take on Lost, kicking things off. Aqua DTF.
Yeah, this Lost roster definitely going to be quite difficult, I would say, to overcome. We got Kruvu, Facti, Glitchy, and Aziraphale. This is a very strong roster. I would say they're probably favorites to 3-0, but we saw some good plays out of hold forward in the last series.
I do think we're swapping the teams. Yep, just like that. Live and on the fly. Our producer, Louis V, gets it right as Aziraphale pushing into the blue base, down to 1 HP. That grenade is going to chase him out as Nebula chases out more damage on the generator. Looking to cut off the exit here. Great awareness, great game sense to find the foe that seemed to have gotten away.
Yeah, tried to do a little bit too much there, though. Turned around when probably should have just kept looking and holding forwards to get into a good spot. So great defensive effort here from Lost. Glitchy now going to see if he can route through the car side of the map. Misses the jump to car 3. Maybe it was on purpose to fight that player, but finally he has broken through and he's overtaken the most important part of the map, which is the other team's base.
Glitchy gonna initiate the run, but not enough down on the side of hold forward to continue on with that. On the other side, we have a dueling flag out, and so Lost pulled their flag a little early. Not going to be maybe, I don't know, I was gonna say not worse for the wear for it, but I think they were just a little too early on each pull. Didn't have the life advantage they needed to advance that flag. Because of it, Light is gonna get things reset, and we're back to square one.
I mean, that is kind of the nature of Aqua CTF, though. Like, you don't always have to pull a flag with the intention of scoring it. Sometimes you're just trying to pull the pressure from your half of the map back to theirs. So ultimately, we are pretty much back to square one, though, as Lost is trying to reset.
Pulse on the 50-yard line, 1v1 with Kruvu, and Kruvu aggressive as hell. 5 perfect shots despite the aggressiveness. Now re-shielding, repositioning, pushing through the generator. Back to be able to take down Perk. Kruvu gets enough damage to earn the assist, and now this is looking like the situation where you can get a pull and get it pretty far, but Pulse is the last Spartan standing. Does a great job to slow things down momentarily, but he will fall shortly after that. Spawns occurring on the fridge, and everybody's pushing P2. Don't think they have the timing to stop Kruvu, and they do not. 1-0. Lost.
This might turn into a double cap as Aziraphale already in position to pull another after a clean 4 dead. They've also overtaken the car side, pushing the next round of spawners over into the fridge. So this is a great looking opportunity here for Lost, but hold forward in defensive mode. If they can get a couple of kills, this would be great for their stop to a second cap.
Pulse just looking to hold the line on top of the fridge, but Glitchy has a good angle on him and eventually takes down Pulse down at the courtyard as Glitchy will drop. He's got 2 frags, 2 stickies to work with, and 3 thrusters as well. He's loaded up.
And look at that. He's got the perfect positioning to keep Facti alive, who has the camo and continues to occupy this car bridge. I've said it many times in the past. I'm going to keep saying it, but this is the strongest part of the map to hold. If you sit on your opponent's car bridge, you basically guarantee their teammates to spawn in the fridge. And if you have a guy P2 to complement that position, you're going to keep them held in their spawn. And that's exactly how Lost have now taken a 2-0 lead. They do lose a couple players, which might slow them down on their third opportunity here.
An unrelenting wave of pressure has led to another pull in favor of Lost. Aziraphale will trade out ultimately, though. Leave that flag down there at the bottom of the stairs and put 4 down now for hold forward. And we should see Lost run this through without taking a shot.
Yeah, I like this decision from Pulse. I mean, in the previous flag run, they kind of desperated in their attempt to stop the flag. In this case, they pretty much conceded. They're going to cap this. The best thing we can do is prevent the double cap. And to do that, you got to stay alive. Unfortunately, okay, great shots there after Glitchy tried to use the thrust to win that fight. But because of this decision, hold forward has successfully stopped the double cap, and they've actually got a flag out of their own.
Perk does go down, though, but earns a melee before falling. That's going to allow Light to clean it up for free with an easy headshot. Insta-explode, chase grenades go out, but nobody's taking the bait. Light just trying to stay alive in the generator. He will not do so for long. That flag should get reset.
Aziraphale will guarantee it here, but 3 members of hold forward have fallen. Now Kruvu tries to advance forward. Nade doesn't exactly bounce as he intended, but It's got some help here. They've got P2 control and 2 players pushing in through the car side. This is exactly the type of setup you want to see to make push into the other team's space.
Kruvu earns the assist. Will he earn the slay? Yes, he will. Nebula goes down. Kruvu slides through and takes down 2. 3 down in total for hold forward, and this should spur another run here from Kruvu. 3-0 here at about the halfway mark. It's been all-out domination for Lost.
Love the discipline there from Kruvu as well. He had the option to run the flag bottom mid or through car side. Understood the timing of those spawners and said, you know what, if I go court, I might just get lit up from the fridge spawners. Takes the safer route and is rewarded for it. They've got the flag. It should be going in, and it does. 4-0 lead. This one might go quick.
4-0 lead. Camo in their possession. It's all going right for Lost as Aziraphale pushes up, cloaked in invisibility, but now with the shots out, alerts the opponents to his location. Top car, just playing patient, trying to support his teammate down below. Glitchy doesn't need any help, though. He's just going to fly through. Facty now supporting him with the push. Nebula goes down, so too does Light. Perk probably going to get it 2 in the back of the map. He's the last Spartan standing, and there he goes.
Man, this is a demoralizing way to win game 1. It did not feel like Hold Forward ever had a chance. I mean, they got the flag as far as maybe car 2 a single time this game, and it only takes about half the clock for Lost to pull out the 5-0. And if you're Hold Forward, you gotta just take that one on the chin and go into game 2. It's going to be hard to, you know, build any momentum back, but I think they're capable.
Yeah, Hold Forward definitely showed us something in round number 1, but Lost is a premier amateur team with the likes of the 4 players they've got on that side, all with plenty of notches in the belt.
Oh, wow.
As we take a look at Mog against Majin, and it looks like Majin just secured the series win. Majin, one of the premier teams in EU. We'd expect to see them deep in the bracket.
I mean, that was Eco, Stellar, Bound, and Sirion that they just defeated 3-1. So,
oh wow! This early, I didn't think we'd have that type of match. Wow,
that is a pretty crazy matchup this early in the tournament. But Majin securing the dub over the return of Bound. I mean, we do have to mention it. This is an online tournament. It's global, which means there could potentially, it could have been a European host. We're not really sure, but either way, props to Majin for taking them down.
Yeah, still a surprise, and yeah, I think Stellar might have just came into the chat to confirm.
Yeah, he confirmed my theory.
Your inkling, Eli. Oh well, GG Stellar. I think all of us have confidence that you guys are primed to make a good lower run. Good luck to you guys the rest of the way. Love watching Stellar play. I'm gonna fanboy for a little bit because when that man's got the snipe, he's got my full attention.
Yeah, shout out to Stellar as well. This guy's been grinding through the offseason where a lot of players took an extended break. I don't think Stellar did. This guy's been in matchmaking just about every day that I've seen. So keeping himself in shape, and that's good news for Stellar fans going into next year. As we absolutely, if this team sticks together, they're going to be a threat for first place.
100%. And we started the day off of that conversation. Who's going to much less take a series? Who could take a game off of Shopify? Well, Decepticons look pretty solid. Legion looked like an up-and-coming roster to take note of. And yeah, that SSG World Champ roster, Sans, Legend, plus Sirion, could absolutely throw another heavyweight fighter into the ring. As off the start, it's Hold Forward. 7-5, now 7-6 lead on Lost. Nice start.
Yeah, this was where they took their first dub in the last series. Could this be their MO? Lose game 1 and bring it back through the rest of the series. I do feel like Recharge is definitely one of those maps that always feels kind of weird and mixy off the rip until you kind of get your bearings and start making coordinated pushes together. That's typically when we see one of like the better team to kind of pull away. So it is a nice early start for Hold Forward, but they're going to have to keep this up as Lost have now taken the lead by 2.
Eventually, the better team usually surges forward in situations like that. Is that what we're witnessing? And the here and now is Lost. Have gone up by 2, 9-11 right now. Facty, top side of the elevator, has his teammate pushing out with him into the whirlpool. 2 players split along the blue side of the map, and even the long haul side of the map, 2 in gold. So Hold Forward, they don't necessarily have to be together, but you better make sure you're watching the same thing, otherwise you might get a back smack. As Light had the awareness to know that Kruvu was flanking, so hey, heads up awareness by him. Big ups.
Okay, Kruvu pushing through on the C side. He falls. And it's Hold Forward taking the lead. They actually got a clean 4 dead there, 4 lost. And Hold Forward have control of both pipes and A. This is kind of the 2 power positions you want on the map because of all these complementary cross angles. And Lost are going to try to bully their way through the pipes, but an insane double kill. That was the best play we've seen so far on broadcast, and we've already seen some sick stuff.
Wow. 16 to 13. I also saw something kind of sick earlier, Eli, and I don't think it was on purpose, but Light threw that grenade towards the cross. Nice double there from Pulse. And it bounced off the ceiling and landed right on the camo. I don't know. Maybe that's might be a little nerd nade to work on if you catch that in the VOD.
Yeah, I think I missed that, but definitely want to see that again in the active replay. But here we go. Percussion has the camo as well, so great sequence here for Hold Forward. They've kind of got lost in the blender. They just got to keep this up.
20 to 14, now 20 to 15, 21-15. They've built on the lead. It's now up to 7. As Kruvu does get a cross-map shot, 3 go down for loss. So Kruvu gets 1, but he's the only one left. What an absolute surge from Hold Forward and Pulse. Man, this is a new competitor that I'm just getting a first chance, it feels like, to get some good time with. And my God, is he been impressive. 10, 4, now 5 and 3. So he's doing it all. Most kills, most assists, least deaths. Wow.
I mean, this was the guy that was popping off in round 1 as well. He had the most kills in at least 3 of the games that we saw in that Game 5 series. I want to say 4 of the games he was a standout performer, and he is still on fire. This man must have woke up early to get the warm-ups in, and it's paying off.
Man, this is a completely different game too. I mean, it was an all-out dominant performance in game number 1. Hold Forward. And Eli, you said they got to car 2. I only recall them getting to the generator, their own generator at that.
I was being generous.
Yeah, you were trying to give them a little hope, but they've got more than hope. They've got execution in their favor as well, as they have gone out to a 27-24 lead. Lost, have brought it back a little bit in the last 30-60 seconds, but Hold Forward still hold on to the lead.
I mean, they got to just keep remembering their team name, right? You can't start playing scared because Lost is mounting a comeback. You got to keep playing that same aggressive style that earned you this lead in the first place. Pulse not holding forward. He's actually holding backwards against this wall. Let's see if that comes to bite him. He's trying to bait out a player to help his teammate, and it looks like he has successfully found the backs of 3 different players. But unfortunately, the team falls around him, and he does as well. So it has been tied up by Lost.
Did you see how quickly Pulse? Now, he didn't take down Glitchy. He took down Facty, but that was a quick snap onto the opponent trying to take the cross. Good shots, good damage out. But just as I say that, Lost have reclaimed control of the lead. 34 to 31 now, 35 to 31 as Hold Forward get wiped.
And look at this, they're spreading back up. They know the spawners are in A. They're setting up another pinch here. Glitchy gonna flank in through this tower side while the rest of the team pushes in on the left side. Love to see the pings coming out from the camo player. You can most safely gather intel for your team. Percussion taking an aggressive route through the center of the map, and he's gonna pay for it with a punch to the back of the head. And ultimately, they do take down the camo player, but this one's going back and forth, Hunter. We're tied again.
Man, what an electric game number 2 here between 2 scrappy teams. As Light, battle rifle, bandit combination. He's going to elect to use the battle rifle for long-range shots. A couple of close-range fights expected here, and especially so as Perk grapples in, bait and switch, 2v1. Keeps the numbers strong in elevator, but no! Kruvu with the timing pushes through into A, takes down 2, and gives Lost a 2-kill lead.
Look at this. They did not expect the pipe spawn, but look at the reaction time out of Kruvu. Quickly backs up and backs that player down. And gets some great shots on Light as well. This is going to open the door. I think Kruvu is going to call for this damage to get pushed off of. He's going to find a kill. And look at this route. Cuts right through the center of the setup and finds 2. Almost gets the melee on the 3rd. Doesn't need it, though. Glitchy's going to swing in, clean that up, steal the shock rifle. And this is looking like Lost's game to lose.
Yeah, impressive comeback here for Lost, as it looked like Hold Forward had gathered not only a lead, but the momentum that could carry you to the finish line. But it's been all Lost ever since then. And really nobody's standing out as a standing tall performer. You got 14 for Kruvu. He's the high mark, but Azrael right behind him at 13. Glitchy right there at 11. And look at the assist count as well. That's the difference maker, I'd say, just looking across the board. A lot of assists on the side of Lost. And it's netted themselves a 4-kill lead, now 5. As they need just 2 more to ice it up.
Really love that two-man push there from Facti and Kruvu. They work together. If the shock rifle player is alone, he's quite vulnerable, but Facti makes sure to stay his bodyguard. And ultimately, they do trade those kills out enough to get them closer to the finish line and maintain possession of the shock rifle. This is going to be a very uphill battle for Hold Forward, and it might just end right here.
They have brought it back to within 1 possession, though. Now just 3 kills, and just I was getting a little excited. Facti and the rest of Lost shut down any hopes of a comeback there, as they'll take a 2-0 lead. But I think not only just if you were just only tuning in for game 2, an impressive game from Hold Forward, but I'd say especially impressive in the sense that they just didn't seem to have anything that would make me believe that there was going to be a close game number 2, but it was, with leads changed all throughout that match. Hold Forward actually held a strong lead heading into the 30s, but we're not able to hold on. But you still got to commend Pulse's performance. My God, 16, 10, and 10. Triple-double, not for the win, but still an impressive performance nonetheless. You got to point that out sometimes, even with the loss.
I mean, he had the most kills in the lobby, the most assists in the lobby, and the least deaths in the lobby. Like, to do that from the losing team is impressive. So, yeah, Pulse playing very well to keep his team competitive. And, yeah, so far, it just feels like, I know for sure Kruvu, Facti, and Glitchy have teamed together before. I feel like Azira's kind of new to this group. But
Azira's, doesn't Azira represent MX? I've just sworn they were.
There's another player named Azira. It could be. I don't know. I feel like there's at least 2 players with very similar gamer tags that might both be from LATAM. I'm not sure, but
I guess it wouldn't matter for this though, because it's a global open.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay. So wow, interesting. Hey, mix and match and do whatever you can to try to work your way to the top. As we will head to Lattice, King of the Hill for game 3. Hold Forward down 2-0, but notice enough in game 2 to have a little bit more intrigue going into this game 3 than we previously would have thought.
yeah, I was starting to get at like the fact that those 3 have teamed together so much. They probably have a lot of teamwork, and that means they've got game plans. They know how to approach situations as duos, and you know, game types like King of the Hill, Lattice are going to favor the team that just has better teamwork. I mean, this is all about breaking setups. It's about holding setups. Let's see what Hold Forward has for us, as they looked very good in the last series when it came to those things, but we haven't seen them yet on Lattice.
Ooh, Perk able to grab the snipe off the start, and he's already put it to work. Cross-map headshot onto Aziraphale, but with 1 HP to his name and a lot of snipe ammo, you want to make sure you hold on to it.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be with the sniper, though, and 3 fall simultaneously. Lost, winning 3 different fights across the map. And they're going to earn the sniper. Surprised he didn't drop the thrust for the repulse. Thought maybe that would be more important for him, but opts instead to have this get out of jail free card when necessary. And some great shots.
Oh!
Beautiful jumping headshot. Making Hold Forward look like they're in the Olympics with those somersaults.
Athletic, acrobatic accuracy for Facti. Takes down 3 with the snipe, and that might just secure quickly hill number 1 for Lost.
Facti is feeling it, man. He's just pushing the spawners, thrusting towards them. Now finding the back of another unsuspecting victim. Nebula turns the fight, but cannot land the shot. And Facti now, his job is clear. He's just going to watch these blue spawns, and after he gets the intel, going to cross the center of the map. He's already ready to rotate to next, and he's got top center control. This is an absolute masterclass. I have a feeling this one might be over quick, Hunter.
My goodness, Facti, the only player not to step foot in the hill for Lost. You can see the 1 mark on everybody's OBJ, but that's because he's too busy slaying out 7 kills in a row, and it's caster cursed. I was starting to build up towards a potential frenzy, and it was a frenetic sequence of play nonetheless. Facti absolutely hero balled his way to a 1-0 lead.
Okay, Nebula, though, gets this back C spawn. This is a great position to hold. There's only a couple spawn points in the back of red here, so Nebula blocking these is crucial for the other team to not spawn behind them. They do leave that position. I hope they spread back out towards the ice, but the top of red, very important position for this hill as well. Let's see if this positioning comes to bite them, as now Lost look to push through on this ice side.
Aziraphale cleans up on the player in the vents. Kruvu falls, pushing up towards the hill, and Light will help take down 2 for Hold Forward. A lot like we saw in game 2 as a whole, a nice bounce back, and you're seeing more of the same. Eli, you talked about how quickly this one might be over, but Hold Forward, they got a lot of fight in them, and they're tied. Actually, they just took the lead on hill number 2. They might, even if they go down 3-0 in this series, I still got a lot of good things to say about Hold Forward.
100%. I think percussion specifically has been a massive addition to this roster. And the problem so far this game is their standout Pulse has yet to get on the board. I mean, he's got clear amounts of damage on the map with 4 assists to his name, but we're talking about a guy that has been topping the kill chart for a majority of the games that have been on the stream today. So for him to not find his first kill yet is a problem, but they might cap this first hill anyways. Maybe they don't even need him to pop up.
I don't mind, right? Like, I say this all the time, like, hey, if you're keeping it close and you're tied 1-all like we've seen, and you have a player that's goosing, what happens when he not even comes back online fully, but just kind of gets the iPhone charger plugged in? I mean, he doesn't need to get much going to potentially steal a lead here from Lost, and Pulse still hasn't gotten on the board, but this game's close.
Yeah, I do feel like Hold Forward got a few fortunate spawns throughout that hill. They could continue to spawn back red, which is obviously the best place to spawn for that hill. Let's see if they can navigate this situation, though, where they don't have favorable spawns. They've got to break through the setup. Lost has a sniper top blue. This is going to be very hard to play against, especially with how safely it looks like Facty is willing to play. So he finds the no-scope beatdown, and it's going to shut off this push from this half of the map.
Oh, perfect setup of the reticle there to line up the barrel stuff. Now he's lighting up domes across the map. 2 snipes, 2 kills. And looks like 2 on the board for Lost, as Hold Forward had gotten back in the fight, but really didn't show anything on Hill 3. 2-1, Lost.
It does feel like they made the choice to sit back and just let that one be captured instead of over pushing. Facty says, sure, I'll just hold down blue. It's good for the next hill as well. And they're totally content with this. I mean, that's 3 in a row. Might just be 4 with some beautiful peek shots by himself. And he's still staying alive. Look how tricky this man is. Finally gets taken down, but that kill gets traded out, and Lost are firmly in control of the map.
Facty takes down all 4 on his lonesome, and that's going to turn a previous score in an early rotation in early time for Lost.
Yeah, look at this. They got top center presence. They see the spawners on this cargo side. These players have to just run for dear life into the crystal side of the map. Great kill there from Light. Gets that kill without trading out. But Facty, you've got to clear this guy out of back blue, and it feels like Lost are completely content to just burn time off the clock during this hill. They're not going to be stressed to get into this hill, as the clock will play to their advantage as long as they keep Hold Forward out.
I think Facty sucked the life force out of Pulse, because Facty's doing what Pulse had been doing all game. And there we go. They go 1v1, both down to 1 HP. Facty gets the win on the Pulse, goes down shortly after. But yeah, a little bit of Cell Saga there, just sucking up all the androids and taking their power.
DBZ reference, doesn't take long for this man to weave one into the cast, but I'm surprised you haven't made a food reference yet. Did you have breakfast this morning? I mean, usually
it's because the wife and kid and I, we went to McDonald's, so I'm not thinking about food. I've had it.
What a Valentine's Day date. Just going to McDonald's in the morning on Valentine's Day. I'd love to hear that. Anyways.
Hell yeah,
no food analogies so far, but I'm sure they'll come out eventually. Glitchy has been on fire this game, 16-9 as he holds down the 4th there. This looks like should only be a matter of time before they lock this up.
Yeah, it does feel like that, but again, like I said, we're probably barreling towards a 3-0 win here for Lost, but I've been very impressed by what I've seen from Hold Forward, and I would love to see them make a run in the lower bracket. I'd love to see them make a run back in this one, as they do have the early lead on hill number 5. Could bring it back to within 1, and with the regulation clock at 2:20, they do still have time, but you gotta find a way to take down Facty. He's got 23 slays, and if you added up Perk, Nebula, and Pulse combined, they still wouldn't be where Facty is.
I gotta see the power weapon kills for this man as well. He's had the sniper, it feels like the entire game. Is this man spawning with the sniper? Somehow he's had it just about every time. That's another killing spree. This guy is absolutely dismantling this roster.
Drew brings up a good point in chat. He says what's also fitting is that me and you are casting here on Valentine's Day. Our love knows no bounds as we celebrate the holidays here with some unfriendly fights here in the Birmingham Open number 2.
You know, if I could have made a bet on this that you would ask me to be your Valentine's Day live on broadcast, like I would have taken that bet. I assumed you were gonna ask me to be your Valentine, but you haven't yet. So now we just got to end this with me being sad because It's over already. You lost your chance.
No. I would never ask you to be my Valentine, because with just a simple glance at each other in the Discord, we know what time it is.
Discord is an auditory app. We're not looking at each other. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I can still see you without seeing you. That's how connected we are. That's how much time we've spent together in this life of Halo. What, 20 plus years of me just, you're probably tired of it by now. You're probably pretty sick of this. I don't know how much longer we can go, but we're going to try to make it another 20.
I'm re-upping the restraining order, calling the police as soon as we're getting off the broadcast. That's going to do it for us today. Congratulations to Lost for moving forward. Hold
And I just lost my Valentine.
Yep.
All right, well, after a 3-0 sweep from Lost, we'll take a look at the bracket, talk to our admin team at the DSA group to see where we want to go next, but don't go anywhere. More Halo when we come back.
Attack, pounce. Oh, God, just not able to find anything, though. Teammates there, Finners to clean up. Scarcity not finding individual impact, per se, in the form of the stats, but still able to lay down a lot of damage and set his team up.
Yeah, exactly. Those do get translated into assists, and the S7 now actually goes into the hands, never mind, of the top fragger, who was Lidu, sat at 17, but quickly shut down, so that's up for grabs. Popping on with Zondit, manages to clean that up. Suspense actually credited with that frag instead onto, I think I'm going to call him Mr. Microwave right now, because unless someone says anything else, we're just going to stick with a microwave, okay? Cool. Yeah, no contention to that, but Lidu is going to try to contest this. Suspense does secure that trade as well. The S7 will be recovered by Flubs, and once again, this S7 hardly actually finding any kind of shots, having any kind of impact. Has just been trading hands left, right, and center the last couple of minutes.
Slink with that sniper once again. 5 bullets to work with. So just prioritizing as well. Not necessarily needing to use it, although maybe a little bit of a waste. Doesn't actually find that kill, and now things get a little bit hairy. Flubs finding some damage. Scarcity to find one onto Lido. Flubs, though, good shutdown of that sniper player at least. Doesn't look like it's going to cause much of a stop in Conspiracy's run, at least. Trying to capture being, pick up all 3 points. Just close these final 30 points that separate these two teams. Nice trade, at least. And Sniper picked up for Conspiracy once again.
Let's see what Scarcity can piece together with it. Shuts down the active camo grab. Parabola's not going to be happy about that one. And I'm just getting word from someone in Twitch chat that Mr. Microwave is actually called Morgan. So Morgan goes down at the hands of Scarcity. 2 more rounds left in this S7. So what can Scarcity cook up? Not a whole lot. Does maybe have to stick to reload, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Going to get out of hot water, but not into direct fire just yet. 192 and counting. This is a good spot for Conspiracy to take the first map.
Some pressure, able to find the headshot. Final bullet used to absolute perfection. Just stuffs the barrel right against his dome. Looking like Imagine Decepticons is going to be starting up, so we are going to switch over, but Conspiracy on a run to try and close out this first map of this winner's round 3. Best of 5. Imagine we'll be jumping back on board with them. Oh, no, we're going to stick in with them, actually. Looking like just a false start there. Someone early out the blocks. Imagine Decepticons. So we're going to stay on board and see this one probably to the end. Unless Boom or Doom can say anything, they can have some form of rebuttal. It's just been Conspiracy on top this entire time.
Give or take 10 seconds left for Boom or Doom to come up with a response. And with all this green control established, it looks like B is not going to be an option at all whatsoever. But as I say that, they get feet planted on the hill. That's going to prompt Scarcity to activate, try to shut this down. But Parabola's there right for the trades as well. They're breaking even on most of these fights. And B does successfully get flipped right now. Finners trying to be the hero and come to the rescue. But if I'm Conspiracy, I'm not going to try to rush my way out of this first map. They've got plenty of time to just grab a breath, find the openings, and create those gaps so they can capitalize on Boom or Doom.
Oh, difficult. Finners, though, somehow getting out with that kill. Very, very weak, but no one there to try and capitalize off of the damage done. Sniper in Conspiracy's hands as well. They're trying to flip A and B, so it's very, very difficult for Boom or Doom to try and prioritize one. And looking like that is going to lock in map 1. Conspiracy taking map 1. Strongholds going in their favor. Slayer Origin next. Boom or Doom going to need some form of response, or this one could disappear right in front of them.
Definitely so. Meanwhile, our feature game, Imagine Decepticons, is still going to be a few minutes out, but that isn't necessarily the worst thing to imagine. Now, I do want to kind of flip the conversation over towards Decepticons because we did get to see a lot of their play last week as well, and they did actually manage to end things off as the runner-up to the entire tournament and all of those festivities. We've got Precision, Talik, Descendant, and Trippy on the side of Decepticons as well. They did, as I said, make it all the way to the grand final to go up against Shopify Rebellion, however, losing out 3-0, and that was after they had quite a Herculean run through the lower bracket as well, being dropped down relatively early on and still being able to fight their way back through. There were a couple of very hiccupy moments, especially when it came to that first game versus Reality Check, which did end up being 2-3 not in their favor, coming down to the last Slayer 48-50. Decepticons just barely choking it with the last 2 kills. But overall, these tight score lines that we see, it's not indicative of how they actually work as a team composition, because they are one of the more stacked sides that North America does have to offer.
Yeah, entirely true. I mean, it's very difficult to find pitfalls in any of these teams, especially looking over to the North American side. A larger pool of players to try and choose from to build some of these rosters. So difficult to really count out NA in any of these series. It looks like both of our current spectators are just waiting for either one to start up. I think that might have been a false start actually for Origin Slayer, so just waiting for them to iron out any of their issues on that side. Looks like a player for Boom or Doom might have just dropped out. These things happen. We'll get things running as quick as possible. Just waiting for players to jump in on both servers.
Yeah, definitely so. And these 2 games that we have on screen, they do share, if I'm not mistaken, the same map veto as well. So just to quickly run everyone through it in case if you're just tuning in right now, it will be a Strongholds live fire, map number 2, Slayer Origin. Then we're going to be going to Oddball on Lattice, followed by King of the Hill on our newest map introduced into the pool, which is Vacancy. We got to see a little bit of that last week as well. It plays like a very basic map, but there's a lot of fun to be had on it as well. And yeah, I guess the 2 of us, we get the honors of developing some new call-outs. Maybe some of the pro players are going to adopt all of our tomfoolery calls, but we'll see. And then the 5th and final map, should it be ultimately required, is going to be Slayer Recharge for today's festivities.
Looking like Conspiracy and Boom or Doom hopeful to actually get a proper start into their Slayer on Origin. Like you said, this is the same round, winners round 3 for both streams we've got going on. So this will be Imagine and Decepticon's second map playing out. Like everyone is in the lobby, so
yep.
Green light, no one's stopping. We'll be starting up. Nice carbine pickup for Finners. Gonna try and make it work. Trying to protect this Spanker from falling into enemy hands. And maybe just try and bait some out, though. With Scarcity falling, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Finners just get absolutely shut down by a That felt as weird as it sounded.
Gotta love it. Suspense with the S7 trail just narrowly taking the head of right off, and that's going to be suspense going down to yet exactly the same culprit, the guy who just is living rent-free in our heads, Hixie. Lidu's going to find his second frag and salvages the S7 in the interim on top of that, looking for a bit of higher ground to retain this lead right now for Boom or Doom. Scarcity may as well just be a dead man in this instance. With the cleanup. And that's going to be a brilliant no-scope. The final shot in the chamber finds a connection onto Zondit. But Conspiracy not out of the woods just yet, still trailing by 6. As we wave goodbye to that opening minute, but Lidu is just farming with this S7 thus far. One more shot, one more potential kill to be found, and Finner's second guessing whether or not he wants to expose himself. And Lidu, with an attention span like one that I have, he just loses interest in that fight.
Yeah, Conspiracy kind of caught with their pants down a little bit in the opening of this one. Already a 6-kill deficit, and both power weapons going to Boom or Doom. With both of them expended now, though, maybe we might see a resurgence from Conspiracy. Very, very solid lead already set up for the boys in blue across the pond. Or on the same side of the pond, depending on where you're watching this from. Yeah. As we do actually have 4 in the lobby for either side for Imagine versus Decepticons, and we are going to be jumping in, so hopefully everything is all good. Conspiracy, Boom or Doom going to be fighting it out in this second map. Boom or Doom looking to try and tie this one up. 7-kill lead, make that still 7 actually, as the trade does come through. And I imagine we'll keep an eye on this series, see how it goes. But hopefully, Imagine Decepticons is going to be front and center.
Yeah, we're going to be loading up into that one, and I do kind of have to also get readjusted to the new UI that we're working with. This is the classic mainstream UI, because I was just looking at the top of the screen where the player nameplates are on the other live feed, and just saying, just scroll through the top there. It triggered something in me, but opening engagements going the way of Decepticons right now, as they have flipped B as well to hold on to a majority. It is Talik rocking that S7. He's got precision to boot. I second guessed it, spoke too soon a little bit as well. So Talik with that S7, he's just farming off screen as well. Finds a nice little 2-piece before being finally traded off. And Bastos, the last player of Majin, falls to the wayside, leaving this active camo free to grab.
Imagine fought against 3 world champions in their previous matchup. Only the one in Trippy. But still no team to scoff at, as they do actually have a triple cap so far. 30 points totaled up for them, and a nice camo from December as well, just making sure Seeker won't actually spot him. He catches him with his pants down. Perfect comes through, and actually required Seeker trying to get a perfect of his own. Nice movement from Descendant. He's got the help from his teammates as well. Torlik to find the perfect onto SLG. Bastos with the QT will be able to get away for a minute, and the sniper at least being wasted will actually find the kill. Teammate does come through though, so the trade for Descendant is there.
Mighty as well, tough engagement onto Precision, and he's going to tuck his tail, head for the hills. Ill-advised, however, walks into the open arms of, I think that was Trippy. This Bastos is not going to let C go down without a fight, narrowly managing to get out of harm's way. Shields up, guns are up, at least boxing gloves were up there for a second. Mighty locks in a second on his life right now. Potentially a third to be found onto Talik, but they're going to part ways. He doesn't want to re-engage lock horns. SLG credited with that particular cleanup, as Mighty is just twirling around, looking to get feet planted onto A, and that will be Majin back with 2, but Decepticons, they are breathing down their necks consistently at this point.
Another little play there from the Mighties. Did have some help from his teammate. Very nice use of the repulsor. Still has 2 to work with as well, so things can get a little dicey. Any raids come flying at him. Trippy though, trying to secure A and actually take away Mighty's eyes so Descendant can find some free shots and actually pick up that kill. QT to work with for Trippy. We'll be flying back to back green if required. But no one actually here. Magic's trying to shut down. Mighty's caught. Oh, don't want to run off the edge of the map there, Trippy. Very, very close, but able to keep his feet planted and actually get away with it. Perfect use of it and lovely timing for it. Almost running out just before he uses it.
Yeah.
Does keep him alive. Mighty's last alive as well and spotted out. Nice nade and shots from Trippy. Looking for the double. Not able to secure it though. SLG with some nice shots and the trades are just coming through. Working in Decepticon's favor.
That's massive right there from Majin. That's the S7 that has more than enough ammunition to work with. So Bastos could potentially have a field day with this little thing. But Majin now moving over towards that C side. Re-engagement coming on through. Bastos is so quick to swap just in case if things don't work out. Does secure with the trade. Breaks even on that. That's completely fine. But the S7 still out in the open. Trippy to clean up Sika as well. And Over comes Mighty's from above like a clay pigeon and shatters the both of them. One full magazine left for Precision to work with right here. And A is going to get flipped as well, but this is still a substantial lead that the Decepticons have built up, surpassing the halfway mark, but it's not quite over just yet. Lots of Halo still left to be played, and Bastos, the second of Precision's victims.
Precision by name, Precision by nature. Nice double kill from him. They're just going to carry on totaling up the points. Nice kill from Mighty's, and look actually preoccupied, not able to find the follow-up and get the trade, and actually will fall to Mighty's again. Mighty's finding some solid impact, but still just not able to actually do anything about these hills. Points still flying up for Decepticons. Mighty's starting to heat up though, looking pretty quick. Head on a swivel, and B will actually fall. Points totaling for Magin now, as they have a long old deficit to try and claw back.
Mighty thinks to make a move fast, and he's going to find two silhouettes at the very least, two blue silhouettes, before being naded out of existence and back to the respawn screen. And that's all four of the Decepticon members staring aimlessly for 10 seconds. That's enough to maybe get control of this active camo if Bastos can move quickly enough. No major bits of contention coming on through, so Bastos is very happy to get away with that one scot-free.
Just trying to find a little route. Camo doesn't guarantee anything against some of these teams. Decepticons definitely one of them. Exactly what I was talking about, Precision finding that first shot, but weak enough that Bastos doesn't have any difficulties converting that kill. Still BC hold for them, as they're getting much closer. What was 145 to 31, excuse me, is now 45 to 109. As they're actually looking to flip A, but B and C both having some pressure applied from Decepticons. B will fall, C still up, but no one actually really in position to try and shut this one down. So C is going to flip. They do know about this one play around here though, but oh god, they've left him. Precision's still there.
Yeah.
It's going to now just cause some absolute mayhem in the back. The cat has been allowed amongst the pigeons. Precision to find a double. Will find the perfect onto SLG, and at least the plug, or the gap is plugged, excuse me. Precision will fall, but you can't go missing those.
No. That's enough to take the wind out of Majin's sails. All three have been flipped blue. So the EU lads know they've got to rectify the situation. It's going to start off with the C conversion, and they're going to take things slow towards the sniper tower. But you don't want to be peeking that trippy. No chance in hell you're getting away from that one. Staring down the barrel, well, two barrels, I should say, never works out well. But Majin, this collapse is looking very good. Slowly but surely getting a lot of necessary map control.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is your Dreamhack Birmingham Open number 2, and the first one was so nice we had to run it back twice here. It's absolutely fantastic. I got my man Wes with me. Wes, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, a little tired. It's still early on the West Coast, but games still go on, and honestly, I'm just excited to cast some Halo. It feels like it's been forever. Happy that you're here with me, Tony, to be able to drive me through this, and honestly excited to see year 5 of Halo Infinite. I mean, I continue to see the game expand. The pace continues to pick up, so I'm looking forward to seeing what that means for the players.
It's just
always happy I get to work with Wes. In case you guys don't know, Wes kind of took me under his wing a little bit. He's like my brother from another mother, and really do appreciate being able to work with you on the in the HGS scene, and also here with LVT. It's going to be an absolute banger, especially with this matchup that we have coming up next, Coliseum going up against Lost. And when you look at this Coliseum roster, you see a couple of names that really seem like they go together, you know, Druk and Soul Snipe, but usually that gets accompanied with, like, you know, a Manny or even a Talik. Well, spinning it up a little bit this time. Now I've been running with Sab and Boo Boo Dubu. Same formula, little bit different players, but really excited to see what Coliseum bring to the table.
Yeah, I think that's also something that excites me about this year 5 is we're going to see so many different teammates that haven't been put together yet. People are taking risks. People are teaming with people outside their comfort zone. So excited to see this Coliseum team, specifically because they have so many veterans. We know what the individuals are capable of, and they're going to have another chance to put together what could be a really surprising, opportunistic roster.
when I think of some of the players like a Soul Snipe and a Druck who really took advantage of the downtime in Halo 5 and kind of really grew within that and turned to the players they are today, well, kind of reminds me on the other side of things. Like when you look at a Kruvu, you look at a Facti, a Glitchy, and an Azrael, looks like they're trying to walk in the similar footsteps of what Coliseum were able to do back in Halo 5. This is a fantastic roster. Kruvus have been there, done that. Player Facti and Glitchy, I've been knowing them since Halo 5, and Azrael, the player from Puerto Rico, let me tell you, he has a damn good shot on him, but Coliseum have a trip cap.
Yeah, you expect Coliseum to get off to a hot start here, and that's exactly what they do. Druck and Boobadooboo picking up 5 early kills here to make that a 53-point lead. That push onto A is going to be an important one for Druck. He's got people in his face, but that's where Druck thrives. He finds a kill, and he's going to be able to flip the map, and also we'll see if Coliseum can really pressure the C spawn as well and see if they can get a trip cap going.
Coliseum been able to take so much space on the map, it feels like they're everywhere if you're a member of Lost. But as Soul Snipe ends up going down, the player ends up joining a roster. Don't worry, Coliseum don't need any help, Mr. God's right hand. I assure you, they're doing just fine without you. 78-0-1 was our score line, maybe minus a few seconds with him joining the lobby. But either way, Lost, well, they gotta find themselves on the map right now because Coliseum have been running it.
Yeah, honestly, probably pretty grateful someone joined the lobby because that looked like it was going to start to get ugly pretty quickly. They're going to have an opportunity to reset, obviously. Coliseum have probably been through very similar things like that. It is year 5 of Halo Infinite, and we still have people trolling the lobbies. It's unfortunate, but an opportunity, like I said, for Team Lost to really reset, catch their breath, and maybe go over what wasn't going right at the start of that first game.
Can we just talk about how quick and efficient we are in year 5? And the chat, like immediately, as soon as the game ends, right in the chat, we need 170. Boom. Yep, that's it. Like within literally 5 seconds, we had an agreement of a score line and ready to go. But then Soul Snipe jumped in like, hey, we're in this year right now. We still don't know how to close lobbies. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, one small mistake, and that can happen. We've seen it probably 100 times over the past 5 years. But, hey, eventually, I promise you, these players will learn. Some of them take a little bit longer. And just like this Lost team, they might take a little bit longer to find the meta and catch up to Coliseum. Still trying to close the lobby. We'll see if they can open the door here on an opportunistic series. That being said, they have their hands full, like I said. This Coliseum team stacked to the brim. I'm actually really excited to see this team because you know what Soul Snipe and Druck are capable of. You saw some of the highlights, the high placings, specifically at World Championships in big moments. They never were able to get the win, so I'd be really happy to see potentially this team go very far in one of these major tournaments this year.
And I'm sure we're going to see literally that. Coliseum came off hot in that restart, or the original start for game number 1. That's something to tell me they're not going to skip a beat whatsoever. We're going to see this all year long. Starting off with an early double cap. Alpha and Bravo belong to them. Sab, not wasting any time going over toward the Charlie side. You know Coliseum, they are not happy with just 2 bases. They want 3 at all times.
Soul Snipe's not able to get away with the camo. He's able to get the sticks. Oh my, Sab. And I love that Sab is popping off right now. This is one of the teams that I think Sab can actually thrive on. He never really found himself on a stacked roster throughout his Halo Infinite career. As his team changes, being whatever may be the problem, he's continuing to go off. It's a double kill. Can he get the trip? 360, doing it with the Bandit. Can't hit the no-scope for the flashiness, but the job gets done nonetheless. And this could be a great year for Sab, especially given the opportunity to team with players like Druck, Soul Snipe, Boobadooboo, guys that have been in finals, won tournaments. And that's going to be an awesome opportunity for him to really showcase that he is one of the big dogs, because I really think his skill has been underrated the entire time throughout Halo Infinite. And he's showing you here in game 1, 8-0-0.
That is a fantastic point. This is the Halo that Sab has always wanted to play. He's wanted to play fast. He's wanted to take space, but he's never had the roster that's been able to do that. Well, you know what Soul Snipe and Druck do? Literally just that, and you're seeing how dominant they are on the map. When you have players that can play just as fast as Sab, and he can show what he can really do on an individual skill level, this is what you get. 10-0 killing frenzy, triple cap for Coliseum. This is their playground, baby.
He's looking like Thanos out there, and so are the rest of Coliseum. 122, a triple kill for Bubudubu in the feed. Everybody's getting theirs, and Bubudubu finds the overkill on Keydor. It's going to be an entire 4 dead. I think they only need 170, Tony. So this game on the brink of elimination right now. We're looking at a game 2 here shortly, and it is a perfect game from the new Coliseum roster. Oh my God!
And,
Did I say that? Not good timing.
That's your first death, brother? That's how we could have ended. It doesn't matter because you know what, this game still feels like it could be over. Although we see Lost attempting to go for both Alpha and Bravo at the same time. Bravo doesn't switch hands. Soul Snipe ends up out rotating over toward the Charlie side, and they still have presence over towards Bravo. As much as we talk about Sab fitting in like a glove, well, we saw Bubudubu with an overkill. He's playing a very similar role to what Talik used to play. He's watching these threes back, and he's enjoying every last bit of it as the final seconds go in. Coliseum take that game number 1, and might I say, take it with style, baby.
Very impressive from Coliseum, and you know the other team in loss has got to be kicking themselves. They got an opportunity to reset. They got an opportunity to get back on their feet, and they weren't able to do anything. It was Snipe immediately going to Sab's hands. The camo gets burned with the trade from Soul Snipe, and then from there on, it was an onslaught. Sab was not missing. He actually had to take himself out of the server in order for him to finally get taken down at 10-0-1. But I mean, this is impressive. This is what you want to see. This is what you expect to see from some of the best players in the world.
We were playing the Lucid Evo settings yesterday for those guys who are there, and very interesting weapons on the map. I think in this map there was either a skewer or a shock instead of the S7, but man, something about those S7 plays just gets you going, and Sab reminded us of that. Did I just see 2 players shooting 76% accuracy? There's no edge saw that. Did I see 2 players shooting 76%?
Yeah, they're not missing right now. That's the way to start a series too. I said it's early on this Saturday, but I mean, these guys are truly warmed up. They're not missing. And if you give players the S7 like Sab, who's not missing, he's going to make plays. And I think that's exactly what we saw.
Well, you know, Sab knew that we woke you out of bed. You know, we rolled you out of bed early this morning here on the West Coast. So he said, let me at least put on a show and make it worth it here for a big clutch.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Sab, shout out to you, bud. Happy Valentine's.
Origin's coming up next. And what's funny, actually, you know what? Back in Halo 5, this map was named Coliseum, just like the name of the team that we're going to be watching that just, I mean, steamrolled 170-0 in that map remake of game number 1. Lost. Really tough after that. How do you bounce back? You're talking about 4 players that have the ability to take a game, maybe even 2 off a Coliseum, but after that game number 1 with how dominant we know them to be a Strongholds team, do you know that? Do you mentally reset, or are you just like, are you mentally defeated? Well, I guess I got my answer there, because Facty, he ain't defeated whatsoever. Triple kill, and now going in for the challenge of Bubudubu. Facty is here, and he's laying down the law.
Yeah, great start for Facty, 3-1-0, and hitting some shots as well. Didn't hit the over, which would have been sick, but looks like Coliseum has weathered the storm. I want to talk about the opening strat for Coliseum as well. Very rarely do we see several people go towards the rocket side. I think it was 3, if all 4 players for Coliseum went towards the rockets. They gave up the snipe. They paid the ultimate price in getting taken down, but it does look like they've weathered the storm. They've gotten the rockets in their hands. What can they do with them is the question. Kruvu picks up a big kill onto Bubudubu. Actually picks up a double there. That's disgusting from him. There's still a rocket down in that cave, and Kruvu knows it. If he can get to it and pressure these players at red on time, it would have been massive for their opportunity to take a lead here early on, but he's not able to. A good job by Coliseum to shut him down, weather the storm. The rockets get wasted, and the game's nearly tied up.
If there is a time to kind of mix things up a little bit, it's obviously during scrims, but also during the early rounds on these Open Series tournaments. So Coliseum showing a bit of their playbook, and a 14-11 lead here after maybe not winning that opening break the way they wanted to. Bubudubu gets himself a nice double kill, and now this base is cleared out. Coliseum changed their sights toward the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, look at the pace they're playing at. They want to put the pressure on at all times. They want this team to be so uncomfortable. And that's a lot of what top teams do against amateur teams, is they try to pressure you and make you and force you to make decisions so quickly that you tend to struggle with it if you don't have your P's and Q's in a line here. Lost looking like they're scrambling, trying to find one-on-ones, and you don't want to find one with Druck right now. He's not missing. It's a double kill for him, 3 go down, and this is where the game could really flip. It's a 6-kill lead, but being trapped in the back of blue, this could jump up to about 10 to 15 very quickly on Coliseum.
22-16 lead for now, but like you said, it could get out of control if they don't be careful, as Kruvu does win a nice little 1v1 against Sab, gets out safely, and now back over towards the high ground. He goes, but he has a perfect view of everybody on Coliseum. Kruvu trying to get a part of every single fight, and right now looking good, but team goes 3 down. Where can Kruvu go from here?
Yeah, the pressure's still on. Even though they got a couple of picks, relieved a lot of the pressure snipes out of the map, they were able to push out there, not get trapped in the back of red, but I mean, still, the amount of pressure that Coliseum want to put on this Lost roster is very clear. They're almost disrespecting them with how fast they're going to try and play this game. And right now, Lost really struggling to keep up.
Snipe ends up in the hands of Sab. Gonna take the low ground here with Soul Snipe. Actually, Soul Snipe gets that kill quick, so right back up to the high ground he goes. Rockets still being fought over right now, and Lost do have a carbine, but Boo Boo Doo snatches it up real quick, and now's to go right through the middle of Catwalk. This is huge if he can connect, but the Rocket's not quite there. Luckily, Druck is to take down Glitchy. Sab baiting it out. Kruvu somehow hitting a double kill for Lost, and Lost, they break out of their spawn.
Yeah, I'm never a big fan of the push the window with Rockets play. I've seen that go so poorly because of the angles and the opportunity you're really given to get a kill. Ubidubu virtually waste the Rockets. It's not a bad thing when you're up 10 to get them off the map because those are a win condition for the other team, not necessarily yours, but still just a tough time. I hate when I see players do that, and hardly ever does it turn out. Nice shots from Sab, and a better job to even stay alive here. They're going to control the snipes out of the map once again. The lead's still 7, so no harm, no foul. Sab can't hit the no-scope. Kruvu with the double. At least keeps his team within striking distance here as we enter towards the late game.
Whenever his team is needed to make a play, it's Kruvu somehow trying to make something happen here. In fact, he also 12-7 at the moment here, able to stay alive from the low ground to the high here. Finds himself behind enemy lines. Ubidubu refuses to go down. Oh my God! That counted 4 or 5 shots. He just looked away. He's like, how is he not dead?
Yeah, and because he gets that melee, he actually gets a kill. It's 4 down for Lost. They're all spawning in the back of the base right now. Druck with the first pick's going to stagger the respawn, stagger the amount of opportunity they had to get out. And look, they think they're out, but Soul Snipe's right behind them, has all the information in the world. He's going to be calling this out to his team, finds a pick, and this sandwich is going to be a Coliseum one to remember. As 44-35, this game's going to end here very shortly, and a beautiful play by Coliseum there. A big pick from Druck starts off the pace once again.
Another Rocket that does not find the home here. Boo Boo Doo, you're looking a little puckish, but eventually one doesn't find the there we go. That's all you need is one to kind of change the narrative. 47-37, looking for the final 3 kills here. Lost have played well considering there was moments where they looked like they could make a comeback, but Coliseum are just that good, and they remind us of that. And Sab, once again, he doesn't like being on the map much. He keeps taking himself out with the stickies.
Yeah, they're playing so fast and almost disrespectful to what I was talking about earlier that I think that they're okay giving up a couple of lives, trolling in a sense. They want to get this series over with. I think they understand how much better of a team they are, and I think they're showcasing it as well. These games are not close right now. The power weapon control was perfect on their end. They decided to give up the first snipe, which is really interesting, like not compete for it at all. If they were able to do a little bit more with that first set of rockets, I think it really could have been interesting to see a team use that strategy as far as sending several people towards the rockets at the start of the game. I'd be interested to see if they do that against better teams, because usually if you give up the snipe to someone like a Bound, like a Formal or someone, then you're going to pay the ultimate price. But an interesting implementation of a strategy that I think I've really been yet to see, especially in tournament play. So as we go into game 3, I'm excited to see, do they continue to try and just overload a side at the start of these games? How are they developing the meta here in year 5?
And this is kind of what I was talking about with Coliseum being like, you know, new names, but still the same kind of formula they had before. Like when you look at Sabinator, you know, he's a player that can pop off and be that X factor, very similar to what Mandy was, and maybe with a little more consistency in the Slays department, where Boo Boo Doo kind of plays a very, very similar role to what Talik did. And even though I love what Talik brings from like an individual just skill set, Boo Boo Doo still has that mindset that I feel like this team wants in order to succeed with those three just flying around the map and taking space. It's new names, but it's the same formula, the same Coliseum or Fung 4 or KCP, whatever you want to call them, it was before, and this is what I like, and this is what they know.
Being aggressive this time around, he's going to be pushing front the base, and he gets taken down immediately. So not too bad of a start here for Lost. I say that 3 go down. It's a double kill for Soul Snipe, and this is really probably the all-star of this roster, right? When we see Soul Snipe pop off, his team makes it very far into tournaments. He's able to pick up 3 quick kills and the oddball, get it back to red. They're going to force the blue spawns here, and this is going to be a hell of a setup, especially with Sab so progressed with the S7. He's going to have all the information that these players are spawning boxes. One did just spawn right away.
Talk about the pressure they're putting on. The moment that Lost come off a spawn, Coliseum wants to be there, haunting their dreams apparently. And as Sab finds himself over toward the mid-map, they do lose their ball carrier along with 3 of their players on Coliseum. So high risk, high reward doesn't exactly pay off. Still an 18-0 run for Coliseum.
Yeah, you want to see that setup be a lot stronger. Sab caught in no man's land with the S7. I'm not really quite sure what that play was, trying to create a clip you'd see on World Star later on today, but he's not able to hit the shots, and because of it, he's going to cost his team a setup. Prover is going to make him pay for it. Jesus, that was a nice shot. 3 go down for Coliseum, and it's going to be a strong setup here to tie the game, you would think, for Lost if someone can get the ball.
If Pruvu is lost, well, he found the head of that player real quick. A momentary 3 down here for Coliseum, and Glitchy right on the ball and Lost right on their setup and taking the lead right now. You see Facti and Azrael being awfully up close over towards that mid-map, and Glitchy even dropping the ball momentarily to drop Boo Boo Dooble. Does the same to Drunk as well, and Lost continue to grow their lead.
Yeah, it looks like Coliseum's going to be spawning back blue. That's actually really good for Lost. They should be able to pick up some significant time here, and that troll from Sab at the start of the game really starting to hurt Coliseum here as they go down 20 points. It is going to be a difficult setup to hold as Azra needs to win this one-on-one, does, but turns around and sees that everyone else from Lost is overextended through the red ramp.
Coliseum break the setup, and now they have points going in their favor. Sab wants to take a bit of a middle angle here and knows that Glitchy's over toward the cargo side. Doesn't get a shot off, but does get the information. Soul Snipe finds himself with a nice little flank onto Facti, covered his teammates back. Portal's right out of danger, but might have portaled into some new danger. Glitchy was still there. Mind you, Boo Boo Dooble was still scoring. They take back the lead to Coliseum.
Boo Boo Dooble doing his best to stay alive here. Does get through the rat hole there. That's huge. He's got his friend Sab to be able to keep him alive, but one more player outside is going to force Boo Boo Dooble to drop that ball, and once again stays alive, doing such a good job. Kruger trying to rotate the ball away, not able to turn the corner, and because of it, that ball is going to get right back towards the red ramp, and this is a much stronger setup here for Coliseum.
If Gal and Home are leaving equipment on the ground still here in this age of Halo Infinite, I don't know what you're doing, because Boo Boo Dooble using that thrust masterfully in order to stay alive right there. Meanwhile, Azrael trying to move the sniper over towards the red side, finds himself 2 members of Coliseum, shoots right in the middle of them, and luckily his bandit is able to clean up at least one. Still in a fight right now, and still at a numbers disadvantage as all members of Lost go down. That means Coliseum are still scoring.
Yeah, tough situation. Oh my God. I don't know how you hit that shot. I don't even know if you hit that shot, but the game gave it to you. 60-36. Azra trying to pressure this ball after hitting a unbelievable no-scope. The ball finally getting taken down. That no-scope opened up the entire map for Lost here. We'll see if they can get some more kills, but unfortunately, the rest of the Lost team has gone down. Azra's forced to try and make a play. Finds another kill. It's a killing spree. 12-3-7, having the best game the series so far for himself, but unfortunately not translating into the score as fights continue to go in Coliseum's favor. Sab picks up the big one there.
And you know, with how well Azrael is playing right now, you know, we've been talking about Kruvu a lot so far this series. He's having a much slower game. Somehow Lost to find a way to fire on all cylinders and really bring their A game when going up against a team like Coliseum. And it's exactly what we get. 3 down. That's a great push coming in from Lost.
Yeah, you almost have to be perfect from here on out, though. It's 88-43, so if you go all 4 down, you can guarantee Coliseum's going to pick up 12 points raw ball with how long the spawns are on this map. But right now, they need to try and hold Boo Boo Dooble off. The stick can't come through. We'll see if a trade can. No, Facti can't even get the trade right now. Boo Boo Dooble, once again, just playing his life masterfully. Gonna have a couple of players out here. Because that nade does damage, he's almost able to pick up that kill. But another big kill for Azra. He's put in the same spot Boobadooboo is now, anchoring this red ramp. Soul Sign coming right into his face right here. He's actually gonna opt to pick up the ball, and that's a beautiful play by him because they only need 10 more points.
Well, not a bit of a baitable position here. Sab does his best to try to get out and stay alive. Glitchy wants to take advantage of the numbers, but as he goes for that ball, he goes down, and Sab gets into a bit of a 1v1 with Factory, keeping him distracted. While all that happens, it's Druk that gets the ball. It's Druk that just needs 5 more seconds here. They're just being real scrappy with it on their way to 100-point Soul Snipe. He gets caught with his hands in a cookie jar.
Double kill.
Big double from Kruvu, perfect shots to actually keep this game going for just a minute. We'll see how long that can take. They are going to be running this through the bottom river here. If they can get it into blue, there is a lifeline for this lost team. We'll see if Coliseum can pressure them. Unfortunately, Kruvu can't pick up the kill on the Soul Snipe. A big kill from Soul Snipe is going to make this setup so much weaker. It's actually 2 go down for loss, and this ball needs to get played. It is going to get played by Glitchy here. But can they compete for this ball? Druk's already in position to pick it up.
Just the final seconds going in. He's taking a whole lot of damage, but all he needs is a few more to take that round number 1. Heads up plays coming in from Coliseum. We always talk about them being a scrappy objective team. Well, you just saw it right there.
Yeah, they said round 1's over. We're going to put this one to bed. The closest of any game we've really seen was that round 1 so far in this game 3. So Lost starting to wake up, starting to win some fights. You saw a killing spree from Azrael, so maybe some glimpses of hope to be able to compete with the roster like Coliseum right now, but we'll see if they can actually make it around here in round 2. It's Fatty that picks up the early snipe. Let's see what he can do with it.
Winding up Boobadooboo and just barely misses out the first, refuses to miss the second. Snaps right on Boobadooboo, but the job not done yet because as Glitchy and as Rafael go down to the respawn screen, he needs a few more eliminations in order to neutralize these numbers, and he's just not able to do it. He's not even able to get out with his life. Coliseum break, and now we're scoring.
Yeah, 4 bullets in the chamber for Druk. Let's see what he can do with it. Knows the players are spawning back blue. Lost can't really even get out of this blue position. There is going to be a player that made it all the way to white. It's actually going to be 2. Ball's on that side of the map, but Druk really focused with cutting off reinforcements right now. He's going to try and play his life here. I wonder if he spotted him in the elbow. He had to have. Another body shot for Druk. Can't quite get this kill just yet, but that's a beautiful grenade and relocation. Snipes the ball guy. It's poetry in motion right now for Druk with the S7.
Druk is going off just like Little Caesar's hot and ready right now with the snipe. And both members going down for Coliseum. I'm sorry about that, Wes. You deserve better than that. I apologize.
I figured something like that was coming, and honestly, hot and ready is what Druk is, so I'll give it to you, Tony. That was an awesome shot as well. It is going to be a setup broken. Druk and the rest of Coliseum really not able to get control of red ramp. There's a good push from Lost to keep this second round, honestly, in their favor, doing a great job. And like I said, they're starting to compete right now,
Enemy has the ball.
at least for now.
Numbers advantage, score line favoring Lost. Druk, though, with a huge play to make sure that ball gets out of the hands of Azrael, who also ends up going down, trying to play his life, trying to play it the right way, but Coliseum still have you surrounded, attack from multiple different angles, a 2-pronged, 3-pronged attack multiple times, and just when you think you got him, Sab just disappears, and Coliseum will take this lead right back.
Yeah, great job by Coliseum. They're going to regain the lead here. Pressure on the blue. Druk finds one. That's good enough for him. He's going to stagger the pressure. The oddball comfortably sitting in the back of red. It's going to have so much time before he ever spots a player from Lost. And we'll see how long it takes Lost to break the setup. They go 2 down again. Last 2 players spotted, and they're going to get collapsed on here. They're not going to have the numbers to be able to kind of withstand this push. And it's staggered respawns for Lost here, especially if Azrael goes down. He does. Sab with the trade, staggers the respawns again, and look at that. It's 40 seconds of uncontested time for Coliseum.
Fatty wins a 1v1 over toward the mid-map, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Druk flies on it, makes sure he secures the 1 shot, and somehow about to get his shields back in. Doesn't even need to get the kill. His teammates have his back. Right now, Coliseum playing like a well-oiled machine. What the?
Great kill from Soul Snipe. Glitchy trying to hide in the hole there, and he gets flushed out. Soul Snipe with the melee. You don't often see that. Can't even hide in the hole. from this Coliseum roster. They are trying to pressure
Killing
this
spree.
Lost roster every single time. 360s, 1080s, whatever it may be. Zap can't hit the shot after, but you can tell he's going for highlight clips and almost winds up a no-scope there before he gets taken down.
I did not know you get a melee lunge from bottom mid to that like top QT. That's actually crazy. Lost. They were able to get the ball out of the hands of Coliseum. 2-2 split at the moment here, but Soul Snipe ends up going right in for the ball, keeping his eyes on the prize, and because of that, Coliseum close out the second round, close out that game, and also close out the series in a 3-0 sweep against Lost.
Honestly, just what I wanted to see from a Coliseum roster. First time watching them play, very impressed. This Lost roster, we know some of the up-and-coming talent we've seen from these individual players on Lost throughout the most recent years of Halo Infinite. So Coliseum, they paid no mind to that. They decided to establish dominance, and that's exactly what we saw. I'm excited to see this team continue through the bracket because I really think they're an exciting team to watch.
It's a 2-day tournament between today and tomorrow, and so far, even on Saturday, we're getting some fun matches here. A nice little warm-up with an appetizer for Coliseum, but it does get tougher as they move towards the bracket, maybe playing into Usu Benny. But look at the stats right now, and I see 6,800 damage coming out of the Druk, and more importantly, only taking less than 5,700 in return. I love that positive in the damage department. Getting the high damage, but also not putting himself in terrible situations. That's what I want to see out of a player like Druk.
Yeah, absolutely. Most damage dealt, most damage taken. And that's exactly what you kind of expect, especially on a map like Lattice. Druk, it's a playground for him. He's able to relocate, play his life, just be a thorn in the side, continue to just distract and get lost on a map that has a jungle gym like Lattice does. I love what we see from Druk on that map specifically, and I think his playstyle is perfect when his team is rolling.
Oh, Lost. We're going to end up down in the lower bracket here. Coliseum advance forward and want to make it pretty far. You're talking about one of the favorites in this tournament, and definitely want to see more of that Coliseum. Not sure exactly what matchup that we're going to have coming up next year. Actually, well, it looks like I'm getting into another, getting ready for another one here. I guess why don't we go on a short break? When we come back, we'll probably follow more along this Coliseum storyline, the one we saw against Lost, and I want to see more of them when we come back here in your Birmingham Open Series number 2.
King of the Hill. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. 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 Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. 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 Enemy team took the hill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with your Dreamhack Birmingham Open number 2. And man, do we have a treat for you guys. We have Reality Check coming on screen next. I'm Why Not Be Casting, aka Why Not Be Reckless, and I got my man West Clutch with me. Clutch, how have you been enjoying the tournament so far today?
Yeah, so far so good. I was excited to see Coliseum play, and I think they were everything I thought they would be in the first series. They got the job done 3-0. Now we're going to get an opportunity to look at one of the other new teams, Reality Check. I hate the name. I think it should be retired, but great players, and I think an opportunity for a boot. I think Press Valcated, all guys that have placed inside the top like and improved in Halo Infinite every single year. And then we look over at Noobs, and I mean, this team is a stacked Hispanic roster, so I'm excited to see how these two teams stack up against each other here.
Excited to see these guys, and you know what? I'm excited to see Reality Check back as well. Bring the Sunnets back. They were here for a little bit in Halo Infinite, as Reality Check do end up going 3 down, getting Reality Check by Noobs, as Noble not only able to get away with the camouflage, but also able to stay alive.
Yeah, we saw these players for Noobs really pick it up throughout their Infinite careers, so I would not be surprised if it's close to series. Great job getting that first camo. No ball time really over. Pipes control is the name of the game right now. Suppress, he's going to be backed up. It is going to be Noobs in the pipes. They're going to have to deal with Suppress, and the rest of Reality Check spawning over towards White. The ball's picked up and rotated over towards where Reality Check were. Penguin's able to take down that ball carrier. Can he stay alive back blue is a question. Will War out on the prowl now.
Early lead here for Reality Check. Lord not able to get that kill despite having the height advantage. Penguin just too smooth with it. Now right back on the ball, and Reality Check, they're the one scoring.
Interesting rotate for where Reality Check, or for where Noobs were trying to rotate that ball. Penguin actually does such a good job to win multiple fights there. And it actually is Noobs that bring them the odd ball here back blue. Reality Check, we're not in control of the game at all. But they do have control, now up 24-1. They're going to be able to play this ball, you'd think. Penguin's going to be by himself, no shield. Does a phenomenal job to do that and resets the ball. And that's a strong setup and a strong early game from Reality Check.
Enemy has the ball.
24 points and counting here. Noobs now rotating that ball, trying to get it over to where the back blue side. However, a nice little 5-shot off his screen ends up stopping that ball from making it toward towards the C side. Nades going down. Suppress surviving here. Ball still over toward the mid map. But we know Reality Check, they keep slaying like this, they're going to be hopping on it real quick.
Yeah, they get the ball right back to blue. And another opportunity to set up, and they're going to be able to play it in. So great job by Reality. Magico is going to be able to pick up the camp.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
40 points here for Reality Check. Magico gets away with the camouflage. Hops on over to where the blue side has the enemy team right in front of him. Should be Suppress getting the kill, but Suppress goes down, and the same for Avusi. Magico had some reinforcements here, and they're able to get that ball out of their hands. Not before 47 points for RC.
Yeah, good use of the camo there to be able to break that setup. Exactly what. But still need to figure out a way to get a setup.
51 points for Reality Check. Suppressed 11-6 at the moment here. And mind you, Avusi on the other side of things, having that ball in hands, a lot of points being soaked up that Noobs just can't seem to get over toward the gold side to get out of his hands. But Magical ripping a double kill out of nowhere. Is that what Noobs needed?
Yeah, Rorsch is over in pipes. He's able to pick up a kill as well, so that's big for Noobs right now. So you need a strong setup here.
66-9. Penguin with the double kill. Shroud goes down to try to conceal his presence, but Penguin not able to escape. Avusi and Suppressed getting back-to-back kills. That's what you want to see. Ball not in their hands just yet, but the slays lead to it. Avusi Now advances that ball over toward that gold side here. A double push by Noobs trying to get through long haul. They're going to be met by Suppressed, who puts down some great damage onto the first player. Even some bonus damage now onto the second. And Roarish not able to stop the high flying of Vusi. Man, reality check. They're really starting to heat up. They're really now starting to move in rhythm.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is the last push seems to be here for Duke. In the first round, Penguin would be able to stop that player from coming up red stairs. And right now, I mean, it is a dominant round. Camo's coming up. Penguin's going to play for it. Penguin's all they need, however, and this round is going to go into reality check favor.
Reality check. Get it done. 1-0 here in rounds. Meanwhile, Noobs had moments where they looked pretty decent. You know, I'd love to see what Gorsh was able to do. Even Magical getting some clutch kills, but they just find themselves way too far behind. You can't let reality check go on these crazy runs and just digging your hole deeper and deeper.
Better team come out on top, and it's dominant.
The ball.
We thought reality check in this series. I think reality checks is showing you that they are flat out a better team here.
Suppressed trying to catch up to Avusi. Looks like he's being held out by Lure, perfectly watching the cross. Suppressed putting down some max damage onto everybody on the map, and Penguin is there for the flank and the cleanup. Still two more players from Noobs that sit over toward the A side that they have to get through. Penguin takes minimal damage, but that nade keeps him out. The one-shot Lure somehow gets the 1v1 win against Penguin. Penguin's not going to be happy about that.
Down for reality check right now. It's Falcated in pipes. He gets taken down with the shock rifle. It is going to be switching hands into Noble right now. Long haul spawns for Avucci. It's going to be right in the face of Noble. Does he know there's two players? No, but he gets damage onto two. Penguin actually pushes, gets the kill. Rorsch there to follow up on the damage, there to pick up the double kill. So good job by Noble, and that should open up the door for Rorsch to pick up some ball time. He gets taken down, however. Last player alive for reality check, able to pop that kill time. That has probably been what has been going on. Out of Noobs. Maybe they're gonna couple of kills. Fans now is taking that position.
Reality check trying to find a way in. They did go 3 down, and Noobs were able to rotate that ball back over toward the gold side. Avusi ends up infiltrating and now forcing Noobs back as he just wins every single fight except the one against Rorsch, who puts on his 20th kill. Rorsch has been fantastic this game, and they have a slight lead, but obviously Noobs want much more.
Yeah, it's dominant.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Nades are going down here. Suppressed with a huge stick right onto Magico. Lure rotates that ball over towards Gold. Gonna have to play it out because he knows the reality check are coming real quick. Responding to the callouts immediately, but reality check are still able to get the kills necessary. That's 3 down for Noobs. Now Suppressed bringing that ball back over towards Gold, and Penguin with not only a perfect kill, but also enough to snatch up that camouflage, and now wants to take it over towards the mid side, right back to his team. High IQ plays being made by Penguin and reality check.
Yeah, big play for Penguin there. Camo in his hands. He spots a player trying to push towards long haul. Is able to get a kill, but because he's so overextended and out in the open with camo, he's actually just going to have a trade. 2 go down on each side. Lord trying to pick up that shock rifle. Actually doesn't make it towards the shock rifle to be able to pick it up. Falcade is able to take him down. Avucci now, shock rifle in hand. Opts to try and slay before trying to get some advancement of ball time here, and I actually like this play. He doesn't really know where the rest of the Noobs are, but he finds one and rips the face off of Rorsch.
Wants to go in for that ball, but he knows that Noobs are still coming in, and that's Noble. Not only takes down Penguin, but denies just a bit of ball time from reality check, so much so that the ball actually resets, so probably needing another round of slays right now. Our reality check Suppressed being that forward player, the tip of the spear, and Avusi finishing off 1, but still got more to deal with.
Yeah, good job by the 2 from reality check, the Avucci and Suppressed there to get those kills. Long haul really stop any of the pressure that would have been on that long haul side, and even though this ball time really not adding up in their favor, the map control is, and you got to think eventually if they're able to pick up just a couple more kills, they're able to. Can't hit the headshot onto Rorsch, but cleans it up with the bandit. Very nice from Ibuchi there. There is going to be a player at wall. I like this push out. He's not going to expect a player to leave pipes in this situation. Ball carrier does go down in the meantime. Ibuchi finds himself by himself, and it doesn't matter if he has help because he can do it himself. It's a double kill with a clean shot of the shock rifle.
That is a nasty double kill coming out of Vusi, and that's gonna bust this game wide open which was neck and neck. Now we're finally seeing some good points on the board. Reality check leaving Noobs as sour as a warhead as they're set up over toward the A side and scoring once again.
Yeah, we called Rorsch out for being 20 and 14, now 23 and 20. You can see the slays going into Reality Check's favor, even though this round not nearly as big of a deficit for them so far. You almost think that it's going to happen because of the difference in the kills so far. Right now, the Needler player, Penguin, doesn't spot the player pushing across the bridge. A rare timing Rorsch is going to find. That's going to open up the gates. It's going to be a play ball here for Ibuchi. He's going to get taken down. It's going to be 3 down. Last player alive, bottom, middle, and suppressed. And this is Noobs breaking the setup pretty cleanly. Not too much time going in the favor of Reality Check, and they can get a setup around here in pipes.
A great little bounce back coming out of Noobs right there. I mean, Reality Check did end up putting some space between them and the scoreboard, which was a tight game. And now with less than a minute, if there's any time that to make your stance, if there's any time, it's everything on the line right now. You really don't have room for mistakes with less than a minute with the neutral time.
The combo's good. The trade will work out for Lure. It's 2-on-2 right now. Ball is stuck in pipes. Where's the pressure going to come from? It looks like it's going to be Apple here. Penguin's able to get a kill. More players spawning towards the elevator, and the nades are going to deny them from being able to come in this doorway. But eventually, after the nades subside, you're going to be able to push. Here comes the push. Ibuchi not able to get the first kill. 3 go down, and this is going to be a very close game. 39 seconds on the clock. All of Reality Check coming off respawn. We are going to see Noobs take the lead here momentarily.
This is exactly what Noobs needed, a huge wipe onto Reality Check and getting closer and closer to taking that lead before Reality Check are able to get over toward the gold side. A one-shot Lord does everything he can to try to stay alive. Penguin snapping on the call-out from across the map. Noobs may have taken the lead, but right now it's Reality Check with the slays and soon to be with the ball.
What a veteran play by Penguin there. He doesn't try and push into pipes there after he gets taken down in no shield. He doesn't try to reach out at players. Most players would. He actually just relocates, knows that there's 2 players down, and because of it, they're able to cleanly get those kills without trading any deaths. This setup is going to be a strong one. 28 seconds left. You have the lead by 10. When did they decide to drop the ball and slay is the big question.
62 points and counting. There's the ball being played over toward the mid-map. Right as Noobs make it over toward the gold side, they have to work again to not only get the elims, but also get the ball in their hands. Batteries is where they need to be, but Rorsch not able to take down 2. It's Falcated with the double kill, and that just might be the nail in the coffin. It's way too far for Noobs to grab a hold of. First game is going in favor of Reality Check.
Yeah, that was a big 1v1 there where they Suppress wins the fight into pipes and then also turns around, gets the information. The double nades come through. They're able to get those 2 kills, and that was really solidifying that game. A phenomenal job at the end of that game from Reality Check. That's what I expect to see from the veterans of Suppress, Penguin, etc.
Game number 1. Looking very good for Reality Check, but I also will say Noobs were impressive, and especially worse towards that beginning of the game. We saw, I think you mentioned it, 20 and 14 at one point, was outslaying everybody by far. Eventually, it seemed like Reality Check started to get their kills, and we have 3 players in the 20 club, but I will say Noobs were impressive with Rorsch in the beginning of that game. Even Magico getting some really clutch kills. Maybe going into a Slayer might be the change of pace that Noobs need.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? We saw Rorsch's stats, and he had 20 very early on, was highest kills in the lobby, and still they lost such a massive round 1, the deficit that they had. And when you see stuff like that, in my head, throughout Halo, I'm always wondering, like, there's no way he can keep up this pace. And when he doesn't, what's going to happen? I think the rest of the team stepped up for Noobs in that second round, made it a much closer round. But you really want to be able to take advantage of your individual pop-off players that are having those pop-off moments, and when you're not able to like transition that into the score, you always wonder, is it just a matter of time for the other team to kind of weather his individual performance and then find a way to overcome it?
Oh, you're looking for a fight? You gotta take it to the streets. That's exactly where we end up. 1-0 lead here for Reality Check, but noobs, they ain't no noobs. I promise you that. They're going heavy over toward the strong side of the map. Stalker rifle now belongs to Rorsch, and a one-shot Penguin is no longer for this map and sent back toward the respawn screen. Rorsch somehow able to stay alive even longer, put some extra damage down. That's what you want to see from the noobs.
Yeah, great job by Rorsch. Good start. It's showing you why he started off game one so wide. It's a triple for Magico there on screen. Camo is up, so that's where the battle is going to take place. A big double from Penguin should open up the map for Reality Check respawners to try and play for this camo. It's going to be Rorsch trying to activate it. I believe it gets burned. Rorsch gets taken down there. It's actually on the ground still, so Rorsch not able to activate it, and this is pure chaos here towards the cuts position. Valkyrie, I think, gets the camo. Can he get away is the big question. Nope.
Tie game here early. Lore with a huge double kill. Make it a triple. Lures them in towards the mid-map, and that's just a trap that Lore and noobs wanted. Having right place, right time, and not done just yet as they attack the respawners over towards the subway. Magico is going to be the one to disappear there. Penguin, he ain't missing a beat.
Yeah, a lot of damage before Magico goes down there. None of the kills came through, though. Still a player stuck back Commando. I think Penguin actually did just get taken down. Suppress still in the back of PD. I don't think they understood that there was still one player left, and because of it, Suppress able to open up the map once again. Streets is such an important map to kill the entire team and flip and be able to trap players or the entire team when they're spawning on that side. If you leave one behind, that flank can be everything.
Nice Jiggle P coming out of Lore, ends up with a trade courtesy of a little bit of Marty Dom grenade out of Penguin that takes him down. One kill advantage here for noobs. Magico and Noble with the back-to-back kills. Active camouflage coming up in 30 seconds, and look at how both teams are now going to surround and posture to try to make this map theirs.
Yeah, Lure wants to push. That's a big push for him because Camo's coming up right now, and he gets two by himself. Avuchi's able to pick up one with the red gun, but he gets taken down as well. So Reality Check really coming off respawn. Camo's still not up, however, so more sprays are going to be needed. Driveway is not a challenge you want to take when there's multiple players spawning because there's not going to be a one-on-one. It's going to be a 2v1. He loses his life. The pressure from Penguin is strong, but not strong enough. Valkyrie in the meantime, though. Maybe Penguin's distraction allowed him to get away with that camo, and this is everything for Reality Check to get right back into this game. We'll see what Valkyrie can do. Does find the first.
4-kill advantage here for noobs. Roy somehow stays alive right through the mid-map toward the ATM. Ends up getting caught over the bottom mid-side, loses the Stalker. Now that belongs to Suppressed, who wants to work with the Vusi over toward the strong side of the map. Noobs want to make their way towards the B stairs, but also have a player sneaking around back A. Will that flank pay off for them, or will Suppressed continue to rain down the pain?
Yeah, well, it was once a 5-kill game when that camo gets picked up. It's a 2-kill game now. Valkyrie could have even played that life better. I didn't like the challenge. He could have stayed alive, let his teammates clean up that kill, but still, a positive net result here is it's just a 3-kill game, and on the streets, anything can happen towards the late game if you can keep it close. Right now, top stairs is where everyone on the map seems to find themselves. It's multiple players going down for Reality Checks. The 2-2 split as noobs pick up a kill, but look at that. The collapse on the music there was beautiful, and noobs continuing to kind of weather any opportunity Reality Check have had so far in this game.
These have been fantastic all game long, still holding on to a 4-kill advantage right now, and every single time you see a 3 down, it happens to be Reality Check, but this time a momentary 1v1. Both players gonna reset. The only problem is that Noble picks the lane that Avusi is clearly holding down, with Suppress joining him and Falcon taking the high ground here. It's News that go 3 down, and actually a momentary 4. Reality Check now only down by 2.
Yeah, Suppress is flying at this too. He knows that there's one last player over towards the side of the map. It actually gets taken down by Penguin. Gets the information that everyone spawning PD has the responsibility to stay alive here. This is where the game could get flipped. All these players stuck in the back of tower and back of PD. How do noobs get out of this position while trading efficiently? They're bunkered up, and that's how you do it. You wait for them to make the mistake. Penguin pushes in no shield. Trades are a beautiful thing for noobs to see there, and they actually win that result, extending the lead to 3.
Love the bounce back coming out of noobs here in this game number 2, down 0-1. They needed a response, and so far, it's been fantastic. Falcon and trying to create some kind of opening, goes through the mid, but somehow Noobs are watching every single angle on the map. Camouflage comes up and Penguin has it in his sights. 2 of his teammates go down, but that might be the distraction that he needs to get away. Not quite away with it.
No, good job by Noobs to make sure he doesn't get away with it. Camo red gun is exactly what Reality Check would have needed to get right back into this game. 4-kill game still nonetheless. The pressure coming from the music side. Right now, all of Reality Check's going to be stuck over here. Penguin knocked to no shield. You just need to stay alive. Let your teammates do the rest. Rorsch with the push here. He's able to get 1, finds 2. 1's in red room. Can make it a triple. Rorsch makes it a triple. And continuing to have a great series. 17-6 and 11. Noobs will take game 2 and tie this series up.
Wow, the combination of Rorsch and Lord was serious in that game number 2. 2 players dropping 17 kills in the same Slayer. You don't see that often, but Noobs come in and looking anything but what their name is, looking like pros if you ask me. That's a game off the series board for Reality Check, and more important, momentum now swinging to their side as they go into Orange and capture the flag.
Yeah, Rorsch continuing to have a great series, but a massive game 2 from Noobs, right? I think what we saw in that game was a lot of fast-paced gameplay, and traditionally, especially like in the last series, for example, we saw how Coliseum wanted to apply pressure and how difficult it was for the other team to really deal with that pressure. I think Noobs is handling the pressure that Reality Check are putting on them, and that's a testament to how strong this Noobs team really is. They're not going to be bullied around. They're not going to be thrown off their game because of the fast-paced gameplay. They're actually expecting it and matching it, and with that, we have a tied-up series.
Pretty even when it comes to the damage. I love the accuracy stats as well. Everything looking good for Noobs. That's exactly what you want to see in a Slayer. However, in order to win a series, you gotta take at least 1 objective. That's just how the best of 5 series work, and we're going to capture the flag, which is kind of Reality Check's bread and butter. Will we see the bounce back this time going Reality Check's way, or is momentum series, is the energy shift now going towards Noobs and they can propel off of that origin? Is our swing game number 3. Rockets on one side of the map, Sniper on the other, and both teams, they want it all for themselves.
Yeah, the power weapons are going to be so important here, and I'm really interested to see. Noobs looked phenomenal in the Slayer, and traditionally we always see the lesser of the 2 teams really match up the best in Slayers where there's no objective to really pivot game plans around, but right now is an opportunity to try and gain the lead in this series, and I think this is a very winnable game type because this is something that they all grinded in Halo 5. They have so many reps on it, but as I say that, 4 go immediately down, and Reality Check are right back in the driver's seat of this series with the flag in hand, Rockets, and Snipe as well.
Talk about a clean sweep, a 5-kill swing, and so far Noobs hasn't gotten a single kill. That is textbook execution, a masterclass on how to win off the opening break here on, not Coliseum, the Coliseum Remake Origin. Jeez.
Yeah, they're dominating right now. 2 more go down. The last 2 players are in no man's land right now. Nobody needs to find a kill. Magica does on the Falcated. That's Avuchi's signal that he needs to drop and try and slay. He's not able to hit a couple of headshots, so you kind of stop the double cap that almost looked guaranteed after those 2 kills. Elbow came through. The damage has been done. You got 1 flag in, a nice double kill there for Magico in the window. I wasn't sure if that player was going to be able to take him down. You find yourself down 1-0, but it's not the end of the world. I think you're in an all right place if you're Noobs.
Noobs able to come off a spawn, stop the double cap like you said, and now turning that defense into offense. You're already starting to fly towards Elbow, and Avusi may be down here, but looks like Lord and Noobs are already Magico out of nowhere with the long-range snipe. That was absolutely beautiful, and it looks like he may have done enough to have that flag moving.
No.
Maybe not.
No, that fight got stopped by the rest of them. You thought that shot was really going to make the difference, but unfortunately not able to continue that flag run. I think too much damage was done, but a good job by Avuchi to realize where he spawned bottom middle. He was able to really just position himself to get some damage into those players' elbow, let your teammates clean them up, stop that flag. That was potentially going to tie this game up. Suppress now into the window, finding a kill on the elbow. Tries to get the flag off the podium, but can't do it without losing his life. And still the pressure on Noobs. 2 players stuck in cave, a terrible place to be. Penguin trying to get him with a grenade. It's taken down. Good job by Lure to stay alive. Good job by Rorsch to bait and switch in this situation because that looks like it's it.
Vusi, maybe one of the youngest players in the league right now, but I will say making some veteran plays, a veteran decision, understanding of timing, but liking what I'm seeing here and capture the flag. Mine just suppressed. That's a pretty damn good veteran melee. Double kill for him. Noble trying to get value out of his rockets, but all he can do is waste them as Reality Check are pushing up and wasting them. That flag has already made it towards their base. It looks like it's a 2-0 lead here for Reality Check.
Yeah, and another flag on the move. Penguin overextends, sees that all the respawners are trying to push towards Snipe, trying to get some map control, but in the meantime, Penguin slipped through it behind enemy lines. If kills come through, this is going to be the game. It's a killing spree for Falcated. Noble's going to be in his own window right now. There are going to be players towards the Snipe. Noble has a Snipe over towards the cave. He's able to take down the flag carrier, it looks like. Can't hit the no-scope on the player in cave. Does get a melee onto him. Last player alive, Blue War, has to make a play. Does that by getting a touch, but respawners are going to be here for Reality Check. 3 down. And the return's going to come through, so game's still on for now.
Whenever the game gets scrappy, it looks like Noobs just seem to be ready for it. That was a scrappy return coming out of them. The game that probably should have ended right there. Well, now it actually put Noobs right back in it because although they go 3 down, the flag has already made it towards their base and they're not able to get it. Suppressed with the snipe, but whoosh with the follow-up.
The respawners being able to punch that one in. It was a sloppy flag run. I was worried about it for a second, but it does get punched in. But how did it deal with suppressed? Here comes the pressure for the opportunity in the game right now. It's a cuts play, thrust forward, suppress can't track it. I'm sorry, that was Falcated, and it looks like Noobs have stopped what was potentially a counter cap opportunity here as they pick up a couple kills. There are a couple of players from Reality Check still sniped side the base. Magico needs to stay alive, and the respawners have a massive responsibility to try and deny this flag, but suppress shuts one down immediately.
That he does, but somehow Lori is able to get the kill onto Penguin. Final player alive for his team, though, and the nades are able to deal with him. Falcated forcing his flag down the rocket ramp, and somehow Rush finds the angle throughout the mid-map. Wants to take some space as he knows his job is not done just yet. Juking everybody along the way, but eventually Suppressed hunts him down. 2-1 lead, and this flag makes it toward the base. It could be over. Magical, what you got? Apparently he's going back to the respawn screen, but 4 down go Reality Check.
Yeah, big kills. Noble and War clutch up here. Able to hop a return. Reality Check's actually going to give it up, and they're going to have to be put on defense here. All towards the cave side of the map, besides this last player in Penguin. He gets a kill on Elbow, releases all the pressure. Not only that, but takes down War as well, and a beautiful double kill from Penguin as he finds himself the only player alive on the map. Trying to push over towards the snipe, and Magico already up trying to contest him on the ramp.
How many times can Noobs with this bend but don't break strategy? Because Reality Check has gotten that flag over toward their base multiple times, but Noobs have clutched up almost every single one of theirs. Now it's time for them to pull off a counter and maybe cap one of their own. But the moment they try to start a Reality Check's defense is there.
It didn't quite have the timing to be able to get that pull and get into the window, and that's unfortunate. Suppress shuts it down. He's able to push into the elbow. They sniff him out. Big kill to make sure you at least control your elbow. Common theme. Trying to peer. War picks up a kill. We relocate to Magico, and it looks like it's going to be an elbow push for Noobs.
Multiple word down here, but Noobs gonna have to slay out once again. Find us up in an advanced position over towards their base. Lord with a huge kill. Magico doing everything he can to stay alive. Lord doing it all, taking down 2 members of Reality Check, but you still got 2 more to deal with. Magical realizing maybe it's not the right place, right time. He's gonna slow his roll, a bit of a reset, while Rorsch, he ain't holding on to this sniper any longer.
Yeah, tough angle for Rorsch there. You don't like the position with the snipe. You're forced to hit almost an incredible shot. He can't do it because of it. He hands over the snipe to Abuchi, and that's gonna be War getting his face ripped off. Abuchi's continuing to hit some highlight shots. Shock rifle S7. You can see why these veterans chose him to be their 4th.
Switching gears over toward Penguin. Finds himself forward over toward the elbow side of Noobs, and apparently Noobs knew exactly where he was, but just because you know where he is doesn't mean you can stop him that easily. Penguin trades out his life. Lore eventually pushes through the elbow side. It's clear, and so are 3 members of Reality Check. Noobs have an opportunity to pull a flag.
Can they stay alive though? Penguin able to get one. Penguin able to get two. Again, Penguin on defense here in the same position finds another double kill to really deny any opportunity for Noobs to try and tie this game up. I mean, you've got to figure out ways to take him down before he does that much damage. Unfortunately, that's not the case. He's actually found himself the rockets as a perfect transition of the double kill into a power weapon, and now the onslaught could be on.
Rockets busting through the front door. 4 down momentarily for Noobs. And as I say that, Avusi already has this flag past the mid-map. So clearly, they've done enough on the Noobs side of the map. That's Avusi punching in their 3rd and final flag. Noobs were clutch with multiple stops, but couldn't stop that last.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Penguin gets that double, you can only let that happen so many times before they're really able to take advantage of it. The perfect timing of rockets coming up before they even respawn as well just put them in an impossible situation. Penguin, he's not going to go window with rockets. He's going to take him over towards the snipe side, puts him to use, finds himself a double kill, and that's guaranteeing game 3 in Reality Check's favor.
They saw their window of opportunity and they kicked it open. And Penguin, let me tell you, he has a mighty boot. 22 and 13, but he has a 22.7 KDA. And mind you, efficient with the damage. I mean, we're not even talking about him dropping, 1,000, 2,000 more than his teammates. Just absolute efficiency coming out of this roster. And it's kind of what you think about when we talk about Reality Check.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about Penguin, you're talking about one of the greatest Infinite players we ever saw, right? I mean, the first 4 years, his placings were absolutely insane. His consistency, insane. He does not get enough credit for how good of a player is. He is a do-it-all, don't miss, such a good teammate as well. And I love it every time we have an opportunity to watch this kid shine, because he is every bit of what I think he is, a superstar, in my opinion. And he's going to be such a threat here in year 5 as well. I think he's got a massive role to play on this Reality Check roster and showing you that he's up to the case.
Some say insane, I say insane, as Penguin has just been that good, not only in this game, but like you said, all of Halo Infinite. But one player that ain't too bad is Royce, especially this series. My man has been popping off. Jeez.
Yeah, nice shot from Noble there. He's going to have a player in-house. He hits a body shot on him. Oh, my. That would have been very impressive. But still, Rorsch in the hill. Going to be able to get about half of this hill time. Needs to make sure he doesn't get sniped here. Rorsch starting these games off so strong. Gives this team so much opportunity in the early game.
Suppressed line and one up. That's a beautiful shot right there. Still got one more player over towards the green side and suppressed that motherfucking Don. Comes in over toward the green side, able to clear it out single-handedly. No, if he would have hit that, I would have freaked out.
That was so close too. Don Dada doing what he does, hitting those shots with the snipe. He's a walking highlight reel with it. A double reward. Beautiful shots, and they actually ended up getting the camo. They're going to be guaranteeing the first hill. The rotates are going to come through as well. The press is already going to be bottom middle. If they're able to take him down, they're going to have early C-plat control as well.
Or says one good double deserves another with that camouflage. 45 seconds that it's just roaming around the map, going ghost. Eventually, Falcon trying to force Lure out of the hill, but Lure, he ain't afraid of a fight. Perfect shots on the Falcon.
Good job by Lure. Selfless play. When you have camo, usually you want to be roaming, but he's chooses to play in the hill. It actually throws Falcon off. Eats 5 bullets to the face, and that's going to be massive progression here for Noobs early on as well. But the setup's going to be broken. Suppress finds himself a double after coming off respawn. Can he get the triple bottom tower? He's on the prowl right now. It's not going to be a triple kill metal, but it is going to be the kill. The setup broken for Noobs. And we'll see if Reality Check can get their first real setup of the game here.
As much as we talk about Penguin and Falcon and what they bring to the table, combined 1 and 11 right now with just 3 assists is not going to be enough to take down this Noobs roster. I can only imagine with how close the game has been, even with the performance so far. Once they start to move in rhythm, we could see things change, but Noobs doing a good job of shutting both those players out of the game.
As strong as Penguin looked in the last game, not having the best start to this game, you can see it immediately transitioning in the score for Noobs. 1-0. They are going to have an advantage here on the progression here in Hill 2, as well as a couple staggered respawners. So this hill should be going in their favor if they're able to pick up these last 2 kills and stagger the respawns.
Love the kind of pump fake out of Penguin and identifying the green spawns, but man, Noble was ready for the fight. He takes the hot 5, courtesy of Noble. Of Vusi trying to get up close and personal, takes down 1, even gets an extra melee onto the second. That's going to be enough for Suppress and Reality Check to get the cleanups. Great plays out of a Vusi lead to a 3 down for Noobs.
I think Lure ran away with the snipe. That Penguin's going to have it on his back right now. That camo transitions into a hill virtually here. As Penguin gets taken down, the snipe is going to go into Noble's hands. It's going to be a tied game as it moves over towards the pit inside house right now, and Noble needs to hit a couple of shots to get his team back on track here in game 4. Timing here.
Now looking both ways. Noble wants to take advantage of that, but he ends up in the middle of 2 different players. So he thought he was the hunter, let alone he was actually the hunted. Triple out of Falcade. Ooh, that overkill was way too close.
That would have been cool, but you got to go back to that snipe play from War, I believe it was, down in the key door, and that was just terrible timing, yes, but I hated the idea of pushing out towards the scoreboard, extending yourself, and then getting lost in the process. That was just something that cannot happen with your winners bracket tournament life on the line here. You cannot lose this game 4, and you needed to make a play, and unfortunately, you just kind of sank.
Who's somehow able to find their footing because they aren't able to put Reality Check multiple down. They do have hill time at the moment as Reality Check
this could work.
Trying to force their way in. Noobs with the counter, Noble with the kills, and Vusi trying to get a little frisky with the movement, but it's not enough. Suppressing out by himself, and Noobs may just close it out.
Pressing a one-on-one and actually gets a double kill before that one-on-one, milks his life, able to get his shield back, and then finesses it. I mean, Suppressed. An absolute problem right now to deal with. Jiggling on the pole, it does get taken down, but does more than enough to keep Reality Check in this 3rd hill.
Suppress the Don making plays to neutralize the numbers, but somehow it's Noobs that are able to weather the storm time and time again. This time they may have to deal with Penguin and Reality Check with the camouflage. The score line is awfully too close here in this hill to be giving up a camouflage, and Penguin gonna make him pay for that, but then immediately get cleaned up.
Yeah, there was a player key door that whole time. Penguin does get a nice kill, but Ibuchi now stuck in a 1v2. He's not able to win or even get a trade. It's going to be the 3rd hill going over to Noobs. Impressive as to everything that we saw and witnessed through that 3rd hill, how Noobs were able to overcome a lot of the difficult situations they were able to be put in. Camo players, snipe players, everything you could see. Suppress popping off, it felt like, but still, they take the lead. The hill moves towards mud. Plenty of time left, so this shouldn't be the last hill, but a real opportunity to go up 2 points if you're able to try and get a strong setup here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like War is able to win that fight against Ibuchi, and that tower control is everything for this back mud hill.
Big shout out to Precision with the raid over to the channel here. Ethan, absolutely incredible with the Decepticons roster. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of them tomorrow here as we need to find out who's going to be joining them between Reality Check and Noobs. Currently 2-1 in the game in favor of the Noobs, but the series 2-1 in favor of Reality Check. And I will be honest with you, I knew how good Noobs were, but I think they've even stepped their game up another level here in this series. Reality Check are no pushovers, and they're going blow for blow with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it a crisp Reality Check? I don't know, but this Noobs roster has the talent, has the individuals that we've seen have success on LAN, at tournaments, at big events, to make me believe that this was going to be a highly contested series. And we're seeing a few of these games be those highly contested games. Magica with a triple. As the hill does go over to Reality Check, the game is tied up. The hill being top middle is the priority here, and it is going to be early control for Noobs. Let's see how long they can hold it. Rorsch posted with the S7. Top tower is a beautiful place to start.
What you thought was some magic out of Magico there, but it was Reality Check that most importantly take the hill and tie things up at 2 apiece. Rorsch trying to do everything he can to defend the tower side. Does waste all of that snipe ammo to my knowledge, but still tower and map control belonging to Reality Check.
Great setup right from Reality Check right there. That was impressive. They had a guy go bridge and guys come out dummies, and the sniper really lost for an opportunity to make a play, forced to hit what would have been an incredible shot, only ends up as a body, and the setup gets broken, snipe gets removed from their hands, and not too much time for Noobs in continuation.
Minute 30 seconds on the clock right now. Feels like This top mid hill feels so important. Even though time won't wind all the way down here, enough of it will probably come off the clock before one of these two teams are able to grab it. One could say that whoever wins this next hill may just win the game.
Yeah, it's everything right now for both these two teams. Trying to deny game 5 of your reality check, trying to push it to a game 5 if you're noobs. Let's see who can make the play. It's suppressed back tower that's able to get a kill. He knows he's going to get hunted down here. He's no shield, trying to play behind these pillars. Does get his shield back, however, in this fight, and the trade is everything you can ask from the kid. Unfortunately, it does look like the rest of reality check in a difficult position, but actually it's noobs that are stuck trying to flush out this player back green. Reality check in the hill right now with already over half progression. That's a good start to what could be the final blow.
Both teams seemingly struggling to get any semblance of map control, but a scrappy reality check able to get, what, 55-60% of this hill. Eventually, noobs do get the break and do get that tower control that they're looking for, but will it be enough to get them right back into it? Because a 3-man push immediately puts noobs 2 down. Wash with the excellent damage, and Noble with the cleanups. 3 down, go reality check this time, and both teams are 3 down, but somehow suppressed are in the hill.
Yeah, Suppress actually going to take the position to try and get the snipe. Is able to get away with his life for now, but a great push once again from reality check. This tower setup has not been strong for noobs. Reality check just moments away from getting the lead here. It is up to Penguin to hit some shots. He hits the body, hits another one, but it was 4 down for reality check as this hill is on the brink of capture for both teams.
Just because Suppressor's first one in the hill doesn't mean he'll be the last one.
Oh my
or
God.
maybe it does. What a grenade, what a steal. I told you that's Big Don in the building.
Yeah, they're just going to force their hand over on towards A plat. They just throw the nades and go. Let's get feet in. All we need to do is get the hill carrier taken down. Nobody else there for noobs to try and get feet in time. And right now, 50 seconds on the clock this time. A major factor in the win condition of extending this to a 7th hill.
Normally 49 seconds worth of neutral time would be enough for noobs to capture a base, but not when reality check are just hunting them down out in the open with sniping every single resource in order to try to keep them out. Right now the hill is just bait, but as I say that, noobs getting off for a lot of time here. In fact, they're about 70% done with this. I thought it was going to be easy bait for reality check, but nothing comes easy when you're dealing with noobs.
Yeah, difficult decision for reality check there. Penguin was going for camo. The other 3 decided to push. They were man down in that push, and they should have waited for Penguin because right now they paid for it with this game being tied up. Penguin is going to still have that camo, so they do get an early opportunity to rotate towards tower. Can he do work with this camo? Magico is going to get killed here in the nest, and now it's Penguin's responsibility to continue to make plays because you opted to play for this 7th hill while going for camo.
Feels like there's no way, shape, or form reality check can lose this one. You had the advantage going into that green hill, and you have the advantage with the camouflage in Penguin's hands going into this tower side hill. Something has to change here for reality check. Early points belong to them, but noobs have somehow been finding breaks left and right, seemingly all game long. One shot of Uzi is not able to survive, and Noble definitely does, as he goes over toward the mud side, gets down and dirty. 3 down for both teams, a momentary 1v1. It all could be down to this, but Spawner is getting involved.
Yeah, Falcat is getting pushed. Respawners towards the dummies are going to give his position away. He gets taken down. Now it's going to be an uneven numbers for reality check as the rest of noobs has already come off respawn. Abuchi picks up a big double kill though to make that numbers even here momentarily. Penguin gets removed from the map. Nobody quite in this hill. Suppress somehow makes it to top tower, and that's going to be a problem for noobs to try and deal with.
Both teams have an advanced understanding they have to slay out before they can put themselves in towards this hill. Right now, just gaining information and also taking down players left and right. Once again, both teams 3 down. This time it's Whoosh at a favorable tower position, but Penguin trying to get him out.
Yeah, Roar's doing such a good job to play his life up there. Actually, his Penguin knocked a half shield, and Penguin not able to do really any damage to Roar, so even just holding that position was so strong for the opportunity for noobs coming off respawn. They're able to get a couple of kills, pick up the snipe. Magico gets taken down. 2, 3 go down for reality check. Abuchi, last player alive, and it's going to be finally a calm in the storm here as noobs are going to have a tower control. They should have snipe in hand. Camo is up. This could be huge.
maybe a calm and storm here for News, but not the same here for Reality Check. They need slays. They need it now, and 3 down is definitely not what the doctor ordered. Camouflage up on the map. Somehow Reality Check have to manage trying to get the camouflage, but also trying to get Noobs off the base. And as slays are going down, Avusi may have gotten camouflage, but it might be too little too late. The moment he gets it, it's Noobs. They send this into a game 5.
We're going to a game 5. Let's go. I mean, we talked about it throughout the series. This Noobs team was competitive. The oddball, the first round might have been ugly, but the rest of these games have been very, very close, very tight. And with the way Noobs looked in game 2, you got to think going into a Slayer on Solitude, they're going to be confident. They're not going to back down here. And I love what we're seeing from this Noobs roster. You expected this to be a competitive series, and now other members are starting to step up. Look at this. We saw some glimpses of Rorsch having highlight plays, but as you take a look at the stats, everybody else starting to pick it up, and that's what a good team does.
Stats definitely looking great here, but I mean, sometimes it's more than stats. Sometimes it's more than that was passion right there. I'm even looking at the chat right now, and you have everybody from all of Latin America getting hype off that. You see the Vamosas in the chat, Vamos, the Latin Americas, the Let's Go News, man. Something about passion. Something about energy, I feel like definitely played a big part in that one, and Noobs know what's on the line right now. They know how big of an upset this could be against Reality Check. That was a huge win, but the job is not done. You sent us into a game 5, and in the wise words of Kim Kardashian, you did not come this far just to come this far. You have to end this series and close it out.
I don't know where you get these quotes or where you write them down, Tony, but
I told you, Kim Kardashian.
you're ridiculous. I'm excited for this, though. That we get a game 5. First time commentating in a long time. First time doing an online tournament. We get a game 5. That's awesome. I hope everybody watching is stoked to watch this one, because I guarantee there's going to be some highlight plays. We've seen so many shock rifle S7 plays throughout this game, or throughout this series so far. You know, these guys are shooting straight. These guys are on fire on both sides. So I'm excited to see who gets the opportunity, who takes advantage of the opportunity. If I had to guess, Suppress needs to have a big game here. 8K damage there in game 4, and can't get the job done score-wise, but you can tell he is continuing to have his individual skill just improve year to year to year. And that's something you love to see from a kid like that.
Yeah, I definitely have confidence within Suppressed, especially in these big moments. He's actually proven time and time again that he can step up in it. The one player that maybe, I don't want to say worried about, but I think the spotlight is on them is probably the best way to put it, is Avusi. I feel like Avusi has been on very good teams, and especially even recent towards the latter half of last season, we saw what he could really do. But this right here, I mean, expectations for Reality Check are easily making it to Sunday through the winner's side. You know, making it to grand finals, winning tournaments. These are huge expectations that I feel like he hasn't had on him so far at this level of competition. And now you're going up against a game 5, and honestly, in a team against a team that maybe you shouldn't have. I feel like the spotlight is really on you. And yes, pressure can create diamonds, but it can also burst pipes. And Avusi, this is your time to really cement your name as a true contender and a reason why this squad has brought you up. Many have played under the name Reality Check, the Suddens, the Frosties of the world. Now the Avusis.
I'm going to pretend like you didn't put Frosty and the Suddens in the same sentence, and we're going to move forward. Game 5 kicking off here. But I think you bring up a point, but I think the biggest point here is just an opportunity to test each other. And this new roster hadn't been to a game 5, I'm sure, or hadn't been in high pressure moments. So this is something that you kind of look forward to when you play in these online tournaments. Early camo control, I believe, goes towards Noobs. Lure that sneaks away with it. Avuchi's looking for him, knocks him to no shield. I actually like this by Lure. Just stay alive, get the damage down, get the information. Multiple players drop him right in front of him. He's able to pick up a double. Can you stay alive? The nade doesn't take him down. The second one will. And I'd take that. 4-4. Suppressed able to find a double kill to tie this one up. There's going to be continued pressure into blue there as he gets taken down. 5-5. inside of the map control for Reality Check, and that's probably the advantage here, is shock rifle in the hands of the kid you called out.
Tired of building the game here, and lots of responsibility once again in the hands of Avusi, holding down the height with this power weapon, and they're gonna want him to hit some big shots and make some big plays. Noobs slowing their game down, maybe trying to bait out Reality Check to push them, but Reality Check are comfortable. They have the map position, except for Suppressed and Falcator. We're getting a little sneaky over towards the loop side. They get caught out, and Noobs steal the lead.
Yeah, sometimes you want to allow your shock rifle player to make plays, but it looked like Falcator and Penguin tried to push towards glass, and it was really a 2v3, v4 situation. It was a good job by Noobs to group up there, find some successful trades, and minimize the damage that Reality Check have been able to do with this map control so far.
Another high IQ play by Avusi and the Reality Check. They're able to rotate over toward the snipe side where that immediate pressure was coming from, and now leaving Noobs a bit confused, attacking from multiple different sides, and I'm not sure that Noobs were ready for it. Falcated, really mad at that pole, eventually takes it out on Morsh, who gets the kill, but ends up taking a lot more damage than expected because of the missed melee.
We saw it from Ibuchi's point of view, but whoever were on Reality Check right there that stayed alive in the middle of the map and was able to deal the amount of damage they were, it made the pressure and the flank so powerful for Reality Check. Now a 3-kill lead, making a 2-kill lead as trades keep coming through. Suppressed, trying to position up for this next game of 15 seconds as a couple of players stuck over towards Snipe, and a couple of players spawn bottom Snipe. So this is going to be Reality Check having a favorable position. Penguin's able, if Suppressed, I'm sorry, is able to stay alive here.
One of these two teams are going to advance forward to Championship Sunday. The question is, will it be Suppressed and Reality Check, or have the Noobs done enough? Well, 7-kill advantage, and Suppressed ripping a double count of nowhere. They've blocked the right spawns, and they know where Noobs are spawning at.
Yeah, this is a tough place to be now, especially when shock rifle's coming up. Everybody's taking the lift. Suppressed is going to over-challenge that and get taken down, but gets a ton of damage and a ton of information on these players. Magic is able to break open what was the setup for Reality Check to go down, so you relieve some of the pressure. It's a 6-kill lead, however, for Reality Check.
21 kills so far here for Reality Check, and Vusi trying to make his way towards his second shot of this game. Suppressed having his back. That's a nice triple coming out of him. 9 and 5. That's kind of what you want to see out of the Big Don. And Vusi laying it down as well when things are starting to get real bad if you're a fan of Noobs.
Nice job by Ibuchi too. A killing spree for the kid. As he's anchoring the snipe position, he's got a lot of responsibility to not die, but he wants to push. I like this by him. Let's get aggressive. Let's force split spawns here. The loot player, the shots with the shock rifle aren't perfect, but War gets taken down. Ibuchi continuing on this spree right now, and everybody from Reality Check really matching each other's pace, and this is such a difficult position for Noobs to be in.
Lead here for Reality Check, but now we have to find out, can they hold on to it? The last thing you want to do is get sloppy and allow Noobs right back in, and back-to-back kills do start to favor Noobs, and in fact a third one goes, so things starting to move in Noobs' favor, but you still find yourself down by quite a bit.
Yeah, a bit of a troll kind of a play there. You saw the score get up to almost a 20-point lead. It was 14-11, Tony. And then this game was blown wide open. The shock rifle in the hands of Ibuchi, and everybody from Reality Check really starting to get their kills where it mattered most. 35-19. It would be an absolute collapse if they were able to somehow manage to get this game even close on the side of Noobs, but I don't see that happening with the way that we see Reality Check pressuring these players, forcing their hands, forcing the damage, and to trade some of these kills. You can see that they don't want to slow this game down at all and give Reality Check, or I'm sorry, Noobs a chance to breathe, and a beautiful nade from Suppressed there.
We saw a few kills start to chain together, and even attacking the spawns, the follow-up was there, but you can't dig yourself this far of a hole if you're Noobs and expect to come out of it unless you have an elevator or something. It's just really tough, because eventually Reality Check are able to just bounce back, able to get a few kills their way. That's momentum shifting right back in their favor, and before you know it, you're 2 squad wipes away from not making or not guaranteeing it to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. 42-26, and look at this. Ibuchi with the pressure. Can't hit the stick, but is able to get the trade. Trades will get the job done at this point in the game. 43-27, all Noobs really spawning towards blue. A couple players actually towards blue. This is going to be an opportunity for a sandwich, maybe some unanswered kills here in their favor, but still good damage from Reality Check. They do lose the fight 3-1 right there. 14 kill game. But Avuchi's going to erase any kind of miracle story that was going to happen. Taking that kill on the Magica, relieving any of the opportunity you would have had to like immediately pressure respawners. It's a big kill by Avuchi.
Okay, there goes takes height. I think I saw a ninja on the feed. Oh, somehow players able to find the back smack on the side of Noobs, but you're still down by 15 kills. There is no way, shape, or form that you're going to be able to eat away at this. Exciting as the plays are, it's the consistency. It's the plays that don't show up on the scoreboard that really end it. And Reality Check ending it with an exclamation point triple kill, and I believe was foul gated.
Yeah, and I think both of these two teams will walk away from the series pretty satisfied with how it went. Obviously, Noobs want to win the series, but they also want to show that they can play with the big dogs like Reality Check in a big moment, pushing them to a Game 5. You don't have the performance you want in Game 5, but that's just Reality Check's veteranship showing out. These guys, when the moment gets bigger, they play better, and I think that's what you saw from everybody on the team.
I mean, that's what we know from the name Reality Check, you know? Throughout Halo's history, some of the greatest rosters and some of the greatest wins that we've seen have involved this very banner. Reality Check coming in hot. And if there was a player, I put a spotlight on him. I said, Avusi, that, you know, pressure is on you right now. Going into a Game 5, proving that you can do it with the level of expectations on here. And he was able to play really well. And happy that he got it done against the Noobs. Now the question is, are you going to be able to get it done against teams in the latter half of the bracket? Like, for example, Decepticons. This is going to be a rivalry that we're going to be talking about for a while. Trippy and Penguin elected to go separate ways. Decepticons and Reality Check will be going at it tomorrow to find out who advances into the guaranteed top 3 winners bracket finals, where on the other side of things, Shopify Rebellion waiting for the outcome between Coliseum and Usu Betty. This is a matchup that is going to be exciting. Obviously, I think on paper we kind of favor Coliseum a bit, but Usu Betty are the real deal. They've been excited to watch. They surprised the hell out of everybody. Literally last weekend, when you had 2 players from Envy in Jackson and Piggy joining 2 players from Latin America and coming together, and they got top 4, which was incredible. Can Usu Benny outplace Coliseum again going into this weekend?
I guess we're going to find out here if they go head to head. We get to see the same series layout here. It's the same position in the bracket and an opportunity to advance, like you said, big for just seeding purposes. Whenever you're playing in these tournaments, especially with how new some of these teams are, you want the easiest bracket when you hit the land, when you get to land. So these series actually do matter a ton. And just going back to the last series, I think it was big. Like I said, before the Game 5 even started, I think it was awesome to see Reality Check kind of challenged in a series, go to Game 5, and then show us what they're made of and actually perform the way they did. A dominant Game 5 gives you a lot of promise for that team. I think being battle tested is so important for some of these new teams to go to war, to weather the storm, to bring your A game when it really matters and the pressure's on, and everybody kind of leans a little bit forward a little bit more. That was awesome to see. We'll see if something similar happens in this series.
Well, you know what? I'll even give the devil's advocate, opinion or point of view on that as well. And one might say that you should have been taken to a Game 5 to begin with against Noobs. Like, when we look at Reality Check, we have an expectation of really making it to grand finals, potentially winning tournaments as well, you know, to really contesting the likes of the Decepticons, the Coliseums, and even the Shopify Rebellion. So very surprised they even made it to that game number 5. But like you said, battle tested, battle hardened. And that's going to be exciting to see throughout the rest of this tournament, which we'll come back to after a short break, because we got Coliseum and Usu Benny. We are back once again, and we have an exciting matchup here in your Dreamhack Birmingham Open number 2. We got Coliseum going up against Usubeni. Usubeni with a slight new look coming into this weekend, even though you still have Acid coming in. So barring some of the talents from Latin America, joining Piggy and the boys, and they're going to be going up against Coliseum. Same look as last weekend, but looking even better. Coliseum, Druk, Soul Snipe, Sab, and Boo Doo.
Yeah, we know the players on Coliseum are going to be coming to play. We saw them earlier today, and they were not missing. Breaking shot, picks up a double kill, finds himself a camo. Is going to be surrounded right here, needs to play his life. Does pick up a kill on the Boo. That's awesome for the start of Usubeni, and I actually love the roster of Usubeni. A lot of untapped talent. We started off on board with Acid, and he's honestly one of my favorite players to play against in the playlist because that guy brings it every single time, and I swear I've been preaching his name and his skill for a while. It's good to see him get an opportunity with a team like the one he's on right now.
To see what Usubeni can bring to the table. They were excellent last weekend, and we're going to find out and then continue off of that momentum as Acid trying to join Piggy over toward the A side. And notice a player riding around, and it's going to be Sab who sneaks away a stick, and that allows Soulsnipe to take the 1v1 now against Acid, who takes height, uses the movement, and looks good while doing it. You talked about the young man, and I'm guessing it's because of plays like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you, he pisses me off when I play him in the playlist, and it's because he's so good. A big kill for Druk, though. Denies some ball time there. Gets it neutralized. Puts it in a spot where the rest of Coliseum can really watch that off ball before it gets recaptured here. The battle into pipes is far less important now that that ball is going to be out on towards bat ledge right now. And Usubeni doing a great job to try and hold what they have right now. But Coliseum breaking this setup with Druk's big double kill is going to have Usubeni kind of on the ropes right now. So even though they get the kills, they clear out pipes, that ball is still in no man's land, and it's all because Druk picks up that kill.
Surprised that Acid and Usubeni are still alive here, which were the gold side, but man, some great kills go their favor, and right place, right time. They find themselves rotating this ball now over toward the long haul side. Sab is quick though on the hunt, and it so happens Coliseum are spawning seaside. This is what they want.
Piggy gets taken down. Multiple players are going to be pushing into white here. A lot of pressure on Sab. Sab deals with pressure. Makes diamonds out of it with that big kill. 3 go down, and this ball should be picked up here momentarily. Last player alive is going to be towards white. Elevator spawns for the rest of Usubeni, but how can they break this setup? If you try to force into white, it's just one doorway you got to come through, and they are going to be able to come through that doorway. The ball is going to be played here momentarily. But this should be the rest of Coliseum positioning themselves potentially for the next camo or for a new ball setup here in pipes.
Usubeni do a great job of forcing themselves over toward the blue side, forcing that play ball, and eventually converting it over into a camouflage. Usubeni with the lead, and now with every resource at their disposal as well. Action Jackson find himself over towards 3 different players of Coliseum closing in, and even the exit route is being guarded by Druk. How does he navigate this with the camouflage? You know he wants a quick kill.
Druk had such a good read on Jackson right there. Jackson trying to hunt him down with that camo, but Druk gets lost. Druk goes down the stairs over towards the glass as well, and because he stays alive, it makes Jackson such a difficult decision to make. Jumps up, doesn't die to the grenade. That's huge that he was able to react to that in time. Druk still being a problem, however, and it's really negating what this power weapon or power up is doing on the map for Usubeni.
Jackson not able to win the melee battle. Druk shuts him down, and now just waiting over toward the top gold side. Once his shields are back, that's an easy grapple for him. Points on the board now for Coliseum. Soul Snipe over towards the bat ledge with the sniper, waiting for anybody to cross. Usubeni finds himself on the opposite side of the map, except for Breaking Shot, who's a lot more closer than expected. Breaking Shot gonna find out that Soul Snipe has that shock and is ready to use it.
Yeah, without hitting a headshot, a trade there is good. Breaking Shot, the last player alive for his team, is going to be able to pick up that odd ball. Everybody else is a little bit far away from the map, but he does have a player behind him. Oh, wow, Breaking Shot. That's a glimpse of what we can see this kid do. When he is on, he has been a problem for even some of the best teams in the world. He can bring that level of slay to this team. He can be everything Usubeni needs to win this series, and he does just that. I loved the play from Druk earlier. I couldn't speak enough about how perfectly he played it, but it looks like Usubeni has done a great job to minimize what Druck was able to accomplish there. Those first 2 opening kills right there are massive for some ball time as well. So they're going to be able to extend this lead. They can rotate it towards elevator.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Breaking Shot is the Rafer Alston, the skip to my Lou of Halo. He brings that street ball style, just like when Rafer Alston was drafted to the NBA, and it's exciting to watch. I always love watching Breaking Shot when he's on the screen, but Acid, he's perched up over toward the top gold side. Nice little setup coming in from Usu Benny. Druck fighting over towards the mid-map. He gets caught, and Usu Benny have an advantage.
A huge play by Acid to hunt him down, make sure he does not get away with that camo. Now, a couple players spotted towards the wall and does get good damage onto him, but Soulsnipe picks up a double in the feed. 3 go down for Usu Benny, so what was an opening pick for Usu Benny actually gets destroyed by the rest of Coliseum. Great job capitalizing on the damage. They get that ball over towards elevator and finally have a setup at the run. They got a lot of work to do. They're down 30 points. The pressure's on towards elevator. 1 up top, 1 below. Good job staying alive, making them work for it. And they find this kill top elevator. They're able to 4 go down, and it's a perfect setup now for Coliseum. We'll see how strong their setups are. This is going to be very telling of how good this Coliseum team is.
A nice 69 points coming in from Usu Benny at the moment, but it's Coliseum that are currently scoring. Usu Benny that need the break. You see the 3-man push right through the mid-map. Sabdo finding the weakness within that push, getting a couple of shots in. Is it enough to stop Usu Benny? Even Jackson not able to grapple out of that.
Good job playing that ball because he knows he's going to get swarmed and kind of runs out of any answer. So I like that he put the ball down in the pit. Somehow still alive. What in the hell? Just got lost behind the pillar, and a good job by him to make them work for it. I love lives like that where you think you're dead to rights. How long can you make them focus on you to buy your respawners time to advance on the map?
Still scoring right now at Coliseum, but not for long with them going 3 down, forcing the play ball, and that nade actually makes sure that it actually blows up off of the A side catwalk. Love that.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was actually the ball carrier's nade as well. He understood that ball was not going to be able to roll off that catwalk. If it stays up there, they're going to get an elevator set up. So good job to make sure that ball gets negated into a neutralized position. Now look at this. They have no answer to be able to get this ball right now. Soulsnipe doesn't expect this player to be looking down towards that. A ton of damage from Piggy there. As the assist and the kill come through, you'll trade your life for that every day of the week.
Less than 10 seconds here, and it's Coliseum that needs to get their hands on the ball. They're not going to be able to do so. Usu Benny do a great job of just holding the line and holding them out. And just like that, Usu Benny making their presence known. Round number 1 goes to them.
Yeah, you love to see them start this series off the way they just did. Round 1, strong performance from everybody on the team. These guys are counted out. These guys are the underdogs in this series. The guys that probably were the leftovers of teams. They put a lot of individual skill on one team. Can they find some teamwork? They look like they can in round 1. It is going to be an awesome start for Coliseum here at the start of round 2. They're able to get a few kills, but Acid's going to be able to negate that. Can he hunt this camo player down? Acid. This is what I'm talking about. I watched this so many times happen to my teammates in matchmaking. Never did he kill me, of course. But he is dominating right now, taking over.
Acid literally doing it all right now. 18 kills, and even unselfish, like with grappling the ball towards himself, and now getting some great time in for Usu Benny. Coliseum needs to wake up. Usu Benny already took round number 1, and the way they're looking at round number 2, it could be going their way until Sab and Coliseum break.
It's going to be a pipe door push, and this is going to be so difficult. Acid or Sab right now. 2 grenades in the back pocket, and I like this by Usu Benny. They're taking their time, they're relocating. They're not going to force this pipe door push. They're going to come from bat ledge and glass, and that's a perfect push to break this setup. You don't do the you take your time to break the setup. All they got was 13 points out of it. Druck spotted last player alive top, glass knocked the no shield. Love that Piggy didn't challenge that. Perfect plays from Usu Benny to break that setup.
Picking the spot so well, baiting the switch, and this is what Usu Benny are doing and are thriving with. As Action Jackson still has the ball, Sab and Coliseum have to try to find another way into the gold side. Looks like Sab getting creative with the mid-map over towards top gold, but even Usu Benny calling him out and are ready for it. Piggy forced to play the ball. Coliseum deny ball time, at least for now.
Yeah, that route by Sab allowed respawners to get damage onto him. It's an easy kill for the ball carrier, and that's everything you want to neutralize what should be an advantage situation for Coliseum. A beautiful job to get that damage and to clean it up, to be able to trade efficiently when you're stuck in pipes like that. That shows you Usubini are here to play. Up 20 points, neutralized ball, and now here comes the push on the pipes. Boobadooboo getting 5 by the kid that doesn't miss in Acid.
Action Jackson this year was competing along with Cabal over in the Challengers League. Comes back to Halo and has been looking good since. In fact, I would say even better. 44 points and counting here for Usubini, who just grabbed a hold of the camouflage as well. Everything seems to be going their way.
Iggy with a good read on these players, pushing into blue. Does he expect the second one? I mean, this is all just such good time being wasted on the side of Usubini, making them push all the way to back blue before they're able to pressure the ball. A lot of information Piggy's picking up, and it's almost a 50-point lead right now, as it looks like Coliseum have to go so far to try and break this setup. They're going to have to get so many kills. Piggy playing perfectly. I love this from him. Veteran plays, and he's always been a big brain player. When he's in his flow like this, it is such a problem to deal with on the map.
That is a tough kill right there. Piggy doing his thing to play his life and have maximum impact on the game. It's 80 points so far for Usubini, and Coliseum have actually just gone 3 down. This might be it. It might be over.
Yeah, one push, and I think there's one player that may have gotten behind Acid here. But a killing spree for Acid. He's just going to put his back to the wall and make sure his ball carrier is good to go. That's going to be game. Usubini dominate round 2. Acid dominates both rounds. And it's a nice kickoff for the underdogs here in this series, in my opinion. They might not be underdogs for long.
On paper, you probably would have had Coliseum as the favorites in this matchup, but Usubini showing that they are the real deal. They are here to play, and man, they are looking good in that game number 1. Shout out to the boy Acid. You've been talking about him before we got into this matchup, and 28 points and a 13.7 KDA. That ain't bad.
Yeah, he only had 5 assists, and that's a shout out to the rest of the team. I think we saw glimpses of greatness from everybody. They're really quick, and their decision making was probably the most impressive thing that stuck out to me throughout that game. Yes, they were on fire with the shots, but it really was like moments where there's 3 of them pipe door, and they take their time to extend on the map, understanding all these players for Coliseum are stuck in pipes. They don't have any sight lines on batteries, on glass, so they reposition and they break the setup a lot easier than they would have if they had just forced their hand like most teams would do through pipe doors. That shows you that whoever's IGLing this, whoever's reading this situation is doing such a good job to lead this team, and everyone's executing based off those calls.
Nice little 70% accuracy coming out of Acid. Everybody in the lobby shooting 60% plus. And man, Usubini coming out hot and showing Coliseum that they do not fear them. Halo is not played on paper. And Usubini ready to pull off what you would imagine to be a bit of an upset here. Coliseum going into this game number 2, you're down 0-1, but if there's any players that are no strangers to adversity, any players that are no strangers to going down the series and becoming the underdogs early, it has to be the Drux, the Soulstrike, even the Sabs and Boobadoobos, oftentimes, underappreciated, underrated, and
pretty good if they're able to have a hot start. I do think things like what we just saw, the last highlight clip of that game that we just witnessed, was Acid in a 1v3, not only killing 2, but then the third player having just gotten the brand new camo. Things like that cannot happen. You cannot get 1v3'd in that situation. You have to play your lives. You have to make him work for these kills in order for your camo guy to get away with his life and actually impact what you've already earned, what should be an advantage. When they're able to just over-challenge and give him these kills, that's a problem. You need to respect these players a little bit more and make them work for these kills. I think that was a big wake-up call in Game 1. We'll see if they've woken up here in Game 2.
Game number 2, we take it to the streets here. It's going to be a Slayer, of course. And you know, I'll pass the mic back over to you, Wes. When we're talking about keys to success on a map and game mode, such as Street Slayer, what are some of the things that you're going to be looking for Coliseum to try to accomplish in order to come back in the series?
Yeah, I think the obvious answer would be the camouflage control and how impactful it can be on a map like Streets. But really, I'm looking at the pace. Are Coliseum going to continue to try and push the pace against the teams that they play? We saw how fast they were playing in the first series. I think that pace can be really good if things are going in your favor, if you're trading favorably. If you're able to split spawn teams and whatnot with how fast you're pushing into the respawners, that can benefit you so much on Streets to force these 4-on-2 engagements and to come out on top without trading. We'll see if they're able to get that level of control, because if they are, I have no doubt that they can push that pace and really snowball what should be one opportunity to the next. My thing is we've seen Usubeni do such a good job of reading these situations, playing their lives, trading efficiently in disadvantageous positions, to where if that's not working out, can you in real time read the level of pace and slow it down when you need to make sure that the advantages you have are actually being taken advantage of.
We're going to find out what can you do on the streets here. Are you able to take advantages of the advantages that are given your way? Are you able to capitalize on the mistakes of your opponents? And one thing when I think about streets is I also think about that spawn manipulation. Can you go in and just not only get yourself the original kills, but also get yourself the follow-up kills, attacking those spawns? It's going to be interesting to find out where we come at over toward the mid game, because what do they say? They say every Slayer doesn't start until the 30 kill mark. That's the old saying.
I don't know who
can't
said
wait till we get there.
I don't know who started that phrase, but that's ridiculous. Some games are over by that time. You need to be locked in every single life on a Slayer. That was always my big level of focus, was can I be ready every single life, because it is first to 50 and every single one of those kills is going to make the difference here. It is a early kill from Truck that breaks open this map, and Sav going to be able to slide bottom mid. Last two players are going to be towards the arcade. One player gets knocked in no shield, but Sav not able to get that kill. Should be cleaned up by his teammate. Is a 3-1 lead. Camo coming up. And it looks like Usubeni are in a tough position, but I'd say that's an over challenge from Boobadoobie. You know multiple players are there, and because that over challenge happens, this battle for Camo is going to be so difficult for Coliseum.
Big Nate on a breaking shot to take down the camouflage player. I'm not sure. I'm going to assume it was burnt. I doubt it would have been still over toward the laundry side. Actually, no, it's still there. Actually not burnt. And breaking shot, keeping his eyes on the prize there. Has to take a bit of a different route, but eventually gets the camo.
Yeah, wants to slow it down here, get some good information. 3 go down on the side of Coliseum as well. Look at breaking shot spots 2 players towards the arcade as well. He's going to have all the information. He needs to stay alive. Unfortunately, the nades do just enough damage to where an angle from behind cost him his life, and you would have wanted more from that camo. What should have been a massive chance to collapse on arcade actually gets exploited, and Coliseum do a great job to get out of that situation with a lead.
Mr. Soul Sniper with the excellent damage. Sav with the push as well. It's perfectly timed. Coming out of Coliseum on their way to pushing out the subway side. A couple lives being lost, but Coliseum still end up emerging with a 2-kill advantage.
Be PD control or Dram control here. Coliseum. A couple players spotted over towards the arcade. Dark's going to be the one that goes down, but the damage capitalized on from Soul Snipe. They traded out here, and there is a push coming up the spike stairs right now. Just trades across the board. I think 3 went down for Usubeni, so breaking shot had to slow down several players in front of him. Can he get a stick? At the very least, the answer is no, and that's going to be the key for Coliseum to try and push. A great job by respawners to pick up that lane, however, and they yaks and shuts 2 of them down. Can he get a third? No. Sav with beautiful shots trades those kills, keeping it a 2-score game.
We're going to make his way over toward the back A side, slowing it down just a bit, but Usubeni trying to sniff him out, not able to slip out of that situation, and Acid hasn't missed a shot all tournament, it feels like.
Boobadoobie missed a couple there. Usubeni going to try and use that shroud to get into this next camo respawn. They're able to pick it up. Soul Snipe spotted out. He didn't see the camo guy, I guess. Camo guy calling him out. What patience we're seeing from breaking shot. I'm ripping shots the second I get my shield back there. No harm, no foul. They get the kill, and that's going to be their signal to go, but maybe a little bit too early as the camo not fully regenerated there, and he gets taken down. A bit of an overextension there with Camo, which should have been a nice push opportunity for Usubeni.
What we're doing, changing his routing here to try to catch up over towards Druk. A little bit of teamwork should be able to force this perimeter for Usubeni, and Druk being attacked from multiple sides. Needed that reinforcements there, but eventually Piggy stays alive. 25 to 23. It looks like Piggy and Soulsnipe are about to go at it as well.
Acid's got his back, but there's more players coming. Can't get his shield quite back, but Boobadooboo ripped to no shield. The repulsor can't save his life. Boobadooboo knows Acid's somewhere near him. Can't do anything about it, however. Kills traded out. Still just a 1-kill game, and we're looking at one of those games that will be pretty close to tied up as the 30-kill mark happens, Tony.
Ooh, Druk with the win over Acid over on the arcade side. That allows Coliseum to start to take some space, have a little bit more influence on the map. Boobadooboo with the movement ends up right behind enemy lines, and this is where Coliseum look for the spawners of Usubeni.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Are they able to transition here into a few kills? They have complete map control. It's a tough position for Usubeni right now. A couple kills go in their favor though. That should open up what should have been a lot of pressure from Coliseum.
Tied up 30 apiece. Boobadooboo with the Stalker finds his way over toward the back PD side. Has Sab with them, but Sab doesn't have the shields to fight with just yet. And somehow Breaking Shot not able to get the double, but at least takes down one, 32 to 31 in favor of Coliseum. Looks like Piggy and Jackson are so far on the opposite side of the map here, so things slow down at least momentarily.
Yeah, we're split sideways here on the map right now. Big kill from Sab, but two get answered right back. Multiple players, no shield in front of Sab. He's able to pick up two. Does cost him his life. Camo coming up, and look at how desperate every player is trying to extend some of this pressure. Soulsnipe gets spotted out here. Is Acid going to be ready for him? The collapse is going to come through. Piggy trying to deal with the player in PD. Doesn't quite expect the G slide out into bottom mid there. Acid is able to get that Camo 37-37, and right now the map is pure chaos. You got to thrive in this chaos if you're Acid's. Several players trying to spot you. Boobadooboo, can he get this kill on the Camo player? No. Acid perfectly plays it, but overextends him towards bottom mid, not able to get the kill with a grenade, and you would have loved to see him stay alive there. 40 to 39 right now. Trades across the board, and this is pure and utter scrappiness on both sides.
Just a 2-kill advantage now as Sab was able to take down Jackson. Numbers advantage mean that Coliseum are going to continue to push forward and grind towards the Usubeni roster as long as they have that advantage. But I say that, Druk the first one to go down. Sab actually has to find the exit route. Usubeni have the strong side of the map surrounded.
They're going to expect Piggy to be crouching in this corner. That's the question. How much damage can he get down? Piggy hops up, finds the kill, and that's exactly what I feared. If you don't clear that, it's going to be really difficult for players to try and flush you out. They get a couple of kills in their favor. That's going to be 43-44. It's a 1-kill game.
Saw Boobadooboo going in for a flank over towards that strong side. That was working out really well for them, but they end up going multiple down. Luckily, Boobadooboo answers back off a spawn with a huge 5-shot, 2-kill advantage. This time for Coliseum. Piggy with the Stalker, but gets shut down almost immediately, and Usubeni are running out of lives to play with.
Yeah, 48-46, 2 kills to go for Coliseum right now. Red gun in the hands of Sab. Game slows down. Everybody's going to be very hesitant to try and make a push here. The most advanced player for Usubeni is going to be in arcade by himself, Jackson. If he gets spotted out, he could get stuck. Piggy trying to watch over him, but immediately gets shot down. And they're going to try and let this Stalker rifle in Sab's hands do some work.
5 minutes.
Jackson holding the line over toward the arcade side. Looks like Piggy gonna join him. Sab, Stalker in the back pocket. He wants to take height over toward the heaven side. Still got Piggy and Jackson. You gotta be careful. Both teams really planting their feet right now, waiting for the opposition to start to make a mistake. With camouflage coming up over toward the mid map, that should draw some of the attention over towards the middle. But even before we get there, Piggy is able to find the nade, but somehow Sab finds the back of Usubeni, and what you thought could have been an opening gets shut down immediately.
I like the push, honestly, from Usubeni. You got to try and make a play, especially before camo's coming up. Maybe you can get a couple kills, pick up that camo and put it to use. But, I mean, just disciplined play from Sad there. Doesn't show after he hopped up heaven, got shot down by Piggy. Doesn't show again for a good 20 seconds and kind of gets lost in the chaos of what that push was for Usubeni. Because of that, he just posts up towards that dead end spot and finds an easy kill across the map. Another trade comes through, and they finally are able to get back in the series, tie it up. Or a close game too, as close as it can get really between these two. And if you had to ask me, I couldn't pick who's going to win this series between these two teams the way they're playing.
We do move on to a swing game number 3, and Origin capture the flag. Whenever I think of this map in game mode combination, obviously the Coliseum remake, I think of Coliseum's roster with the amount of plays that we've seen from Druk and Soul Snipe on that map. It's been crazy, but damage is real. The accuracy is as well. As we take a look at some of the stats from that last game before we move on to the next.
Yeah, Sab leading the way there with 19 kills, doing everything for his team, and really taking advantage of this opportunity to get his team right back in the series. You expect that from a player like Sab. When he's given an opportunity to be on a good team, probably his best team in a long time, he's going to start to play his best, and I love that he stepped up here. Coliseum CTF, or Origin, I'm sorry. I always say Coliseum, the remake. But a team like Coliseum with so much experience in Halo 5, you got to favor them here. But the power weapons are the name of the game. We'll see whose hands they can go to early on here.
Feels like it's extra hard not to mistake saying Coliseum instead of Origin when the freaking team's name is also Coliseum, making it extra hard.
Not doing us any favors over there.
Sab off the opening rip, looking to play over toward the Rocket side. And actually, I believe we talked about earlier where they actually played 4 players over toward the Rockets than Coliseum, but looks like this time they spread out and they still go multiple down 4, get a wiped. Acid gets the sniper in. What the heck is on with Usubeni? Whatever they had this morning, I want 2 of it.
2 go down. This is a lot of pressure coming in. Acid able to stay alive as well. Helps Piggy out, gets that kill. Last player alive is going to be Druk bottom middle. They're going to be spawning towards the elbow. How far can this flag get? The sniper not watching over him could be devastating, but the fight does turn the corner there. That's huge. Flag carrier is still alive for now. Facet can get a kill here. That'd be massive. He able to hit a no-scope there. The flight does get stopped over towards the fountain, however, and it's just the 1 kill that comes through onto Druk from Acid. That flag is going to be hot for the return, and with like an opportunity for Usubeni to get a 1-0 lead is now an opportunity at a counter cap for Coliseum if they can play their lives here in the window.
Beautifully played by Coliseum to stop that flag. Eventually, Usubeni going 3 down. What does that mean? Looks like we see a counter pull now going away for Coliseum. High IQ play from Breaking Shot to break out of his base and the spawn trap, but it looks like he's caught, so there's only so much he can do but go to the respawn screen, and a 1-0 lead for Coliseum.
Yeah, you're not going to catch Coliseum slipping right there. You thought Breaking Shot might have found a window of time to be able to make a play over towards the cape, but immediately gets sniffed out, gets caught out, and overextender gets taken out. And usually that's going to result in that flag cap always going in. It is. Coliseum take the 1-0 lead on basically a counter cap of what was an opportunity for Usubeni. So great job by them to show resiliency there early.
Jackson makes his way back over toward the snipe side as Usubeni rotating this flag and rotating back to watch for any overextenders at Coliseum. Breaking Shot. He finds his way over toward the elbow side. A couple players actually make it under him, but flag goes in. Druk tries to start it, but Breaking Shot was still there towards elbow.
Yeah, even though the timing didn't work out and Druk kind of got through what was that push, he's not able to get that flag over towards the fountain. If he was, he might still be running it, but big kill by Breaking Shot stops the counter cap opportunity, and Rocket's coming up as soon as those kills come through, and we've seen what this means earlier today. It's a double kill for Breaking Shot. They're able to get the first 2. Last player alive is going to be Elbow, getting a ton of damage on these players. Good damage by Breaking Shot, but unfortunately nobody there to finish off Soul Snipe, so that cap dead to rights as well.
Some of the high-flying movement that we know to love for coming from Breaking Shot almost leads to another flag cap by Usubeni, but Coliseum on the flag defense, and Druk trying to convert that defense into some offense. Runs into 2 members of Usubeni, but still 3 down go both teams. And Boo Boo Doo is the one that wins the 1v1. Snipe still in hands. Piggy, better watch your head.
Booba Dooba forced to back up after not hitting that shot. He reset, but you still got to deal with Booba Dooba here on the back. Sneaky and easy shots usually with the sniper here in this position. Only so many places that other team can attack you from, and Booba Dooba able to get a kill. Soul Snipe finds a double. Piggy does get behind, He's able to find one, so maybe that makes this a little bit difficult for Coliseum on this flag run, but as Piggy gets that kill, he tries to pull the flag. They come back for him, take him out, and now nobody is going to be in position to try and stop this cap for Usubeni.
Some textbook plays coming out of Boo-Boo and the sniper just lead to a 2-1 lead here for Coliseum. We talk about some of the plays that don't always show up on the scoreboard. Well, Boo-Boo making just that. Meanwhile, Druk on the other side of things, nice little double kill out of him. Position over toward the rocket side, but Usubeni knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, 3 down for Coliseum coming off respawn here. They're going to have elbow spawn, so they're going to have a good position to deny this push from Fountain. How efficiently can Acid break into the space? He's not able to take down Soul Sign. Perfect shots will reset the map. 3 go down. Breaking shot spotted. Last player alive. No man's land. He gets taken down, and now you got to be worried about Coliseum being aggressive towards the base here, forcing cave spawns right now. And if they get a couple of kills, this game could end quickly.
Series tied at 1 apiece here. Coliseum looking for the final flag cap in order to take advantage here in the swing game number 3. Best of 5 series means you need 3 in order to come out on top. And right now, Druk putting max damage, and that's 4 down for Usubeni.
Elbow spawns are going to try and compete for this flag. Still no touch. 3 go down again, but the respawners do their job. They get just the kills they need to deny a flag pull. That's going to give more opportunity to get back on your feet here. So the game's still underway, and what could have been a pivotal moment to end this in Coliseum's favor.
Sad finds some under Jackson. Jackson having no idea, finds out the hard way. Not done just yet. Sad finds himself into another fight. Somehow gets the stick onto breaking shot. I didn't even see the nade being thrown before he went down. But advantage slightly for Coliseum. The scoreboard, Usubeni with the map control that they need.
Yeah, good job by them to play defense there. They're able to get just the kills they need to deny any flag pull. And with that, rockets come up. Terrible rocket from Acid there. He's going to get taken down, and that kill could have opened up the map, you would have thought, for Usubeni, but a good job. Both teams playing defense at a very high level here.
Double one shot still. Finds the nade onto Action Jackson. Soul Snipe and Boo-Boo immediately try to attack the mid-map. Think he wanted to get the clamber over toward the catwalk side. Not able to get it, but hey, takes the lift, finds himself over toward the high ground, finds some great shots onto breaking shot, and looks at the sniper is going to be in the hands of Coliseum. And whoa, Druk finding the spawners almost immediately. How do you stop a flag when you can't even have your shields up?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to. This is going to be game here. Druk called game, hits a quick scope on the first respawner, a body shot on the second, and that's basically an impossible ask for Usubeni. It's Coliseum taking over on the Coliseum remake in Origin. It would only be right if they were able to win that map, right? After naming themselves after one of the best maps in Halo 5. Putting on a show here. And that's everything you need from the anchor sniper there as that final flag gets run.
Yeah, that's just perfect. I mean, you know where you're running the flag, you know what spawns you're blocking, you do the process elimination on where the enemy team can be, and you just snap right on them. And Druk with what seems to be perfect execution. Even though we didn't see the headshots there, the body shots are enough to keep you off an angle and keep you away from the flag player. Looking at the stats right now, Druk and Soul Snipe, the original duo, the best friends, dropping almost 4,500 damage a piece. And on top of that, I mean, you're talking about a positive, 1,200 damage coming out of Druk. Maximum damage being put out, but minimum damage being taken by him.
Yeah, just an impressive performance by those two. We've seen those two have so much success on that map, whether it was Halo 5 or Infinite, so no surprise that they show up and show out. On the other side, you really need more damage out of Jackson. I know it can be a difficult game, especially a map like Coliseum, where a lot of the times you're fighting against power weapons or people in high control, but you got to find ways to have more success. Live Fire King of the Hill is the name of the game for Game 4. I'm excited to get this one underway with the 2-1 series.
King of the Hill Live Fire is where we're going here. Camouflage coming up on the timer over towards that right-hand side of the map. You've been playing out of the A side, and lots of times you end up kind of making a choice. Do you play early for the hill time? Do you play for camouflage? The way that you can somehow play for both is opening grip is going to really help decide who takes that hill number 1, on top of obviously having your shots on point.
Yeah, back-to-back games now for Coliseum to really take control of this series, make their statement that they are still the big dogs we think they are coming into this series. Let's see how Usubini kind of react to the amount of pressure, and they can weather the storm here. Acid with an early snipe could be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Full sniper here for Acid, and immediately hits his first shot. 7 more to work with as he looks to get his shields back. Knows that a camouflage is coming up. Looks like Coliseum electing to play early here for the hill. Already about 40% done with it, but they may sacrifice camouflage in order to get that time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you take that trade every day of the week with this much progression so far. Druck with a big kill on the Acid. Piggy's going to have camo snipe. They are going to be able to at least contest this hill. Can they get a couple of kills is the big question. Piggy with a lot of responsibility to hit a couple of shots here. Can't hit the first body on Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe dead to rights there. Still a lot of work to do and nobody home on the first couple of snipe shots. But a good set of kills makes 4 down. And Usubini will be able to get some solid progression here to at least contest what should be a first point.
Just looking for a few kills right now at Coliseum to create some kind of opening and take this hill right back, but it's easier said than done when you have a camouflage and sniper in the hands of Piggy.
Yeah, a big couple of kills there will allow more time for the hill. Another body shot gets an assist, stagger the respawners. You love what you're seeing from Usubini, putting that camo to use.
So close to stealing this hill are Usubini, but not done just yet. Boobadubu opens up with a huge kill. Multiple members surround and attack the hill, and what felt like an Usubini steal is Coliseum taking it right back.
Yeah, one final break, and they get that break. Not only did they get the kills, I think they're going to be able to rotate towards the tower. They are. They're going to have set up for the next hill as well, so it's perfect for Coliseum there towards the end of that first point. They're able to get those kills. Can they weather the storm of the push here? Sab finds a kill, but he's going to be by himself here back tower. Going to be hunted down. Jackson, eyes on the prize, able to take him down. And a good flip from Usubini to get back into this, and they're going to have progression early on in this second hill, even though Coliseum had a nice rotate after the first cap.
See all 4 players from Coliseum attacking the greens in that side. End up taking down at least one in Jackson, but Piggy with a sneaky position is able to go right back at Soul Snipe. Not done just yet as he's attacked as well. Just like that, it feels like Coliseum have an advantage until Action Jackson gets involved.
Combat subsides right now. The push to back tower is a big one. Boobadubu misses the jump at first, but able to get that kill. The repulse is going to buy him a little bit of time. Piggy does trade that kill out. The last 2 players spotted towards bridge, but they're getting kills as well. 3 go down. Coliseum break the setup from an elbow push. Not easily done a lot of the time, but they show they can make wine out of water here. As Snipe comes up as well. Soul Snipe going to position himself top tower. And this should be an opportunity for Soul Snipe to make a play and get his team a comfortable lead here, but overchows Acid. And if you do that, you're going to pay for it with your life if you don't hit the shot.
Acid makes him pay. He ends up getting a sniper because of it. Right back to scoring is Usubini. Breaking shot going to take his place over toward the hill, allowing Acid to play over on the tower side. With Soul Snipe and Sab over towards his left-hand side, it feels like he needs to put down some damage, and that's exactly what he does. Druck and Sab still go through the mid-map, still end up finding kills, and Jackson by himself, Sab and Coliseum should be able to deal with them.
Yeah, great priority there from Coliseum to make sure Acid doesn't get more than one. Soul Snipe gets good damage, Druck gets the rest. They take down Acid, and that's really the setup getting broken right there. A great job by Coliseum to get back into the second hill. It's going to be one final opportunity to really break before this second hill is determined on either side.
Druck with the fight. Doesn't have the shields in order to take down Breaking Shot, and Breaking Shot not only goes at Druck but gets the stick, and those are the plays that matter. Those are the plays that win you hills.
They're going to get out of it. They're going to try to get some map control before they cap this hill, knowing that it moves across the map into the pit. Acid sees enough. Lets his team advance a little bit, scores that point, ties this game up, and now looks to try and push through the house. He's going to go rat tunnel, finds Druck, knocks him down. 15 seconds for camo. And a great rotate by Usubini. You got to love what you saw from them, the strategy there. the discipline. I called it out in the first game. The IGL and the game plan for Usubini is very clear. A strong suit of theirs.
Biggie looking to try to make his way towards a small window side. Ends up in a battle with Soul Snipe he really didn't want to take. Luckily, Acid there for the cleanup. Truck trying to get involved as well. Coliseum taking full advantage, grabbing the camouflage and Hill.
Yeah, huge kills from Druk. Allow them to get this camo, and what can Druk do with it from here? They're going to know that they're spawning probably mud. Spots player. Out, can't quite shoot the plasmas. Decides to get some solid damage onto him, but a big pick. Make it 2, give a 3-2 advantage for Coliseum while in the hill.
Druk over in a middle position towards the sandbag side, but looks like getting shot from multiple different angles and have to give that up. Ends up on the low ground, but also ends up right behind both Jackson and Breaking Shot. So highly fortunate from him. He's loving this as he takes down 1, but doesn't love that his teammates go 3 down as well. He goes at Breaking Shot, somehow almost turns 2 to 3, and that would have been quite the life, but it is Usubini that are scoring.
Yeah, it would have been an incredible play from Druk if he's able to get that triple. Unfortunately not, and that's going to be the hill going towards Usubini. It's just over halfway for Usubini. Coliseum need 1 break. They have the snipe in Soul Snipe's hand. They got the opening pick. Let's see if they can push.
High ground being held here from Soul Snipe. Finds the 1-shot Acid. Drops down with the sniper right through the hill, but knows that Piggy is lurking. Piggy trying to get a bit sneaky. He's shut down, and looks like Soul Snipe should be able to close out this hill. 2-1 is not only the series lead, but also the game lead for Coliseum.
Good patient play from Coliseum. Let Soul Snipe go to work. He's able to get that first pick, and with that, they constantly push. Soul Snipe takes his time. He's able to hit the shots and cap that second point. The Snipe has transitioned over into Breaking Shot's hands. We've seen him hit a few highlight clips. Should have a timing in his head where if he doesn't see someone soon, he's going to know they're behind him. Lots of player bottom middle as well. Good awareness from him. Great timings from Breaking Shot. The confidence in the no-scopes, everything. 3 go down. And look at this hill, Tony. It just moved to mud, but it's over 80% progressed for Usubini to tie this game.
While Coliseum are focused on Breaking Shot, who's had a crazy life so far towards the mid-map, the rest of Usubini are focused on making sure they get every last bit of hill time perfectly played, it feels like, by Usubini as they tie the game at 2 apiece.
A couple of shots go a long way, tie this game up. Breaking Shot starting to catch fire right now. Gets the camo, gets another kill and an assist as well. 2 go down. The hill transitions to top middle. And a brand new camo for Breaking Shot. This is everything for Usubini to tie this series up.
Not only is he one of my favorite players to watch for the exciting plays, but also the plays that matter. Breaking Shot has been fantastic in this must-win game number 4 for Usubini. As I say that, Breaking Shot does end up getting shut down. Boo 2 turns that into a double. Coliseum now having full tower control. This is what they want.
Yeah, massive moment squandered by Usubini there. That camo transitions to nothing. Now Coliseum in hill. Trying to win a fight. A trade is good. 2 go down. It's a 2-on-2 split, but you're in the hill, and look at this. 50% progression on the top mid hill is nothing to be ashamed of here. He's going to relocate to bottom mid. Is this cut still going to happen? You take your time, and unfortunately you get flanked, and that's Usubini's opportunity to get right back into this, you think.
2-man pushed over Coliseum right from the sandbags through the mid-map. Trucks double kill may just be enough damage for Sam to take advantage, but no, there's too many players from Usubini that are holding on to the tower side. Momentary squad wipe, and Usubini still find himself in the hill. That could be a 3-2 advantage, especially with Jackson shooting like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a 4-on-3. Player spawning back mud, not a great spot for any of them. Great transition from Jackson to get the priority kill on what could have been the pressure on the hill carrier, and you're going to take the lead here to potentially push this to a game 5 with 1 more hill to go.
You already seen 1 game 5 here on the winner's side. Why not see another as Coliseum and Usubini literally 1 game away or 1 series away from making it to Championship Sunday through the winner's side of the bracket. Acid playing like he knows what's on the line. Snipe shot perfectly on the head of Soul Snipe and looking for Druk and Boo Boo Dubu as well.
Yeah, they had to spend so much time focusing on Acid, however, that Usubini hop into the hill. You do have a couple of bullets with the Snipe. One goes to work there. Was 3 momentarily down for Usubini. Last player alive is going to be back 3. Can Breaking Shot get a kill? The answer is no. Killing spree for Druck. So you remove the sniper from Acid's hands. That's a great job. Get control back of green, and now you could put that bullet to use. It would have been huge to stagger the respawners. It's going to be Usubini opting to play for camo here. Let's see if the camo pays off.
Enemy about to score.
If you're Usubeni, there's no way that you want to give Coliseum any sign of life, but with how close Coliseum are to closing this hill, Usubeni, you start thinking, can you hop in this hill now? Can you control it, or are you punting? Well, they're definitely not. They're going for gold. They're going for 4th as 4 down to Coliseum.
I actually love that play from Breaking Shot. He chose to shoot with camo. A lot of times you want to play sneaky, but he knew that the damage was more important than playing sneaky right there, and because of it, they have such a good collapse on those players. Bridge and able to split spawn players from house to mud right now and pick up a couple more kills in house. That's going to be almost a guaranteed hill with 1 more push to go for Coliseum.
Usubeni, they end up taking down Coliseum at the right time,
Oh, wow.
right opportunity, but just when they're about to close it out, Coliseum immediately bum rush the hill, get them out, and Coliseum take back what was rightfully theirs.
Somehow, some way, they break that setup. It was a perfect setup for Usubini. You knew where they were coming from, but still, it did not matter. The pressure was too much. Coliseum break it wide open. They get the kills. They tie this series up, or this game up, 3-3. Next point will decide a game 5 or an advancement in the tournament.
Coliseum with the early hill time over towards the tower side hill. Boo Boo Doo Boo
Big shots.
with a huge win against the action, but Piggy's there for the cleanup, and now he's getting his shields back. 2v2 scenario, but it looks like Piggy loses his duo, and Soul Snipe absolutely rips him apart.
Huge double from Soul Snipe there. The fact that he was able to get the first kill and so much damage from the second. Keeps the setup strong for Coliseum early on. 50% progression on this hill. Bit of a split push here from Usubini. They're able to find a couple of kills. Acid trying to stay alive, can't, but it's a three dead situation on both sides. Druck actually spawning up in house across the map. Piggy hopping in hill. That snipe is tempting, but this hill time is so important.
Usubeni have the setup. Coliseum need the break, using the sniper as bait, but Piggy looks like he wants a hold of it. He knows the slays here could mean a guaranteed win as Piggy hits the 180 kickflip onto Soul Snipe, then lines up Boo Boo Doo Boo. Piggy right now is the one roasting, and right now Usubeni can close it out and send us into a game 5.
Big shots from Piggy. I was wondering why he was putting his back to cuts. He's able to turn around and hit the no-scope body shot on the first. The second kill comes through as well. Jackson, last player alive for his team, however, with this camouflage, trying to stay alive, trying to pick up that snipe, but finds a plasma pistol instead. Not the weapon you want right now. Trying to dip, dodge, and dance, but can't do it well enough. Camo gets deleted, and somehow, even with Piggy picking up those picks, it's a successful break once again for Coliseum.
You thought the player's gonna be enough, but as of right now, it's Usubeni's door that is closing. They have to make it in, and I'm not sure there's enough time with Sab holding the line and Soul Snipe holding the hill. That's gonna be Coliseum advancing to Championship Sunday.
As close as it gets, nail-biting situations, but really one kill makes the difference each step of the way, and what plays were made. I mean, these two teams really couldn't have been any closer throughout a lot of this series, and you love what you saw from the underdogs in Usubini. They're going to be back with a vengeance here to be able to compete with teams like Coliseum, but you also love to see Coliseum and how successful their setup breaks were, how individually talented these guys are to be able to consistently be at a disadvantageous position, like the bridge push. When the game was 3-2 and they had to tie it up moments away from going to a game 5, they clutch up in such specific moments that you see that veteran ice show out.
Coliseum did what they had to do in order to close that one out. We take a look at the stats, and once again, Druck impressing us. Almost 7,900 damage, 6,400 in return here. Druck was definitely making some of the plays that matter, and honestly, everybody across the Coliseum roster were literally doing just that. Fantastic work by them. Usubeni, I think you played amazing. And mind you, we've been talking about your roster. We've been talking about the players for a very long time. Jackson and Piggy coming from that NV roster. I know you were singing Acid's praises going into this matchup, and I'm a huge Breaking Shot fan. We saw a lot of fight out of Usu Benny, and I expect to see much more from them also tomorrow, as they probably play throughout the lower bracket and try to make their way back in to the top 4 or better.
Yeah, I think you saw a lot of promise from them. A few different things get cleaned up, a few different situations go their way, and they're winning that series for sure. You'll love to see kind of the veterans showcase their skill set as well, and their ice. I can't talk about that enough as far as just in these big moments, who comes out on top, who makes the right decision, who plays their life perfectly. Coliseum, I've been to a Game 5 earlier today, and also we're pressed in that series as well, but continuing to show some resiliency there, that their hard work pays off, their professionalism pays off, and they're going to advance in this bracket. They're going to find Shopify a completely different beast, and they're going to find themselves as underdogs in the series for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, after finding a big win against Usu Benny, your reward is just to go up against Shopify Rebellion. Doesn't sound like much of a reward to me, but Shopify Rebellion going up against Coliseum tomorrow, along with Decepticons and Reality Check going at it. Gonna be excited to see Trippy and Penguin going at it, but not on the same team, actually on opposite sides of this one. It's gonna be fun to see who sees or who makes it into that winners bracket finals. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our matches so far here today. Wes, do you have any final words after nice little cast?
No, I think we saw some great series today. I expect great series all along year 5 of Halo Infinite. The competition is going to be as tight as ever. It was an honor to be able to cast some Halo again. It's a blast to be able to do it, and just grateful for the opportunity to continue to be a part of the scene. And hopefully the viewers enjoyed, and tune in tomorrow, because those are going to be some banger matches as well.
It was an exciting day so far, but it's only the start of the weekend. We still have Championship Sunday to look forward to tomorrow. From all of us here with LVT Halo, you know, plenty of us going at it. You had Tools and Callus, Laz rocking the Observers on 2 different channels today. Obviously LVT on the 1s and 2s. Shout out to old man Mikowski and Eli the Ninja, who holding it down earlier. It really does take a village to put this together for you guys. So just want to show some love to everybody. Obviously love to the competitors, and love to you guys for showing in the chat. And Wes, it was great to hop on the mic with you. We've done a little bit over on the analyst desk, but also casting. It's always some magic when we get to cast together. So big shout out to you for stepping up as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see you guys tomorrow.
Happy Valentine's.
only halfway to victory. Nearing victory. Defeat. King of the Hill. incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. 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 Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. team took the hill. Enemy 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 team nearing victory.